Check, check. Mic's coming through. Perfect. All right. Oh, that's a really useful to do. Thanks, Cash. Hmm. Any ideas, anyone? uh, 20 minutes. 20 minutes tops. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm blind. What was I thinking? All right. Gonna take a bit of a detour on this. This stuff's pretty dry to watch. This whole some of this crap we've been doing. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a venture into a new area that we have done a bunch of design. Me and Jib have done a bunch of design work into, but we've not really. Oh, I have to. There's some vacuuming going on, so I'll mute myself in a minute if it gets too loud. Yeah. So working on a music engine and how Tangler, the graph engine, can. We're absolutely adamant, me and Jib, because he's a musician and I'm worked on too many games and seen music just second like a second thought. Oh, you'll hear it when it comes in the room. I always mute myself. Yeah, music's always a second thought. It's a fucking shame. It's a crying shame, and it always has been. So that's not what it's gonna be like in Tangletorn. The music is gonna be. It's not only is it gonna be driven by events in the game, but it's also gonna drive events in the game. So, kind of a two-way communication system between the game engine and what we're calling right now the emotion engine, which I can't talk too much about because it's kind of some of this stuff, and you'll see me probably programming it. Some of this stuff we do want to keep a little bit on the hush side because it's supposed to be invisible. You're not supposed to know it's there because it kind of spoils it if you know it's there. But I guess, just don't tell too many people. Yes, sequence. I'm the same way. In fact, when I'm working, not streaming, working, I very often have a game soundtrack in the back. Like some of my favorites are Deus Ex. Like the latest one is fantastic. Yeah, we're gonna try to push dynamic music as far as we can. Like we'll see what's possible with the dynamic music. Dynamic music. Like we want to have it so if you have the AI system will recognize the fact that you have a card in your hand, which will, if you use it just the right way and tweak the timeline or something, it'll recognize the fact, it'll save your ass. And because it recognizes that fact, it'll play a little bit of like hopeful kind of feeling music. And so you may not even notice it as a player, but slowly you'll start to recognize, like, subconsciously or not, you'll start to recognize the fact that's like, hang on. Like these audio cues that are given to you, very, very subtly given to you. So you have to actually learn to listen to the game. And hopefully it'll subconsciously people will just like, wow, this game just feels good. I can't figure out why. I can't put my finger on it. If you can think of any examples, that'd be great. I know a lot of games who use music as a core mechanic, like Crypt of the Necrodancer, classic. And obviously all your rhythm games, but don't know many that do. There's a big lacking in dynamic music out there. So, and this is not just music. The emotion engine, as I'm calling it right now, is gonna drive visuals as well, and like screen effects and just straight up traditional video visuals. Monster Hunter. Okay. Yeah, that's not usually my kind of thing, but I'll have to check it out. Oh yeah. Yeah, we want it to be. We're definitely gonna have the HP thing. It's like if your character plays a card, then we know it's a melee card, and we know it's like a big hitter. We can feed that information to the music engine, and the music engine can decide, you know what, I got the perfect stem for that. Like stem being one of the instrument lines on a track. So it can start to, as that starts to charge up over turns, it can start to crescendo and build into a climax. That's what we're going for. Rust. See, these are the game. I can't stand games with trolls in them. Or multiplayer games in general. I played too much LAN parties when I was a kid, so I kind of multiplayer internet gaming doesn't really cut it when you've played with 40 people in a room. I don't know. Yeah, but I do like the idea, the premise of what you're talking about. Yeah, that's kind of what we're going for. We want the music to be not just like usual like boss music. So suddenly there's boss music. You're like, oh right, here comes the boss. We want it to be um, more a bit richer than that. On that note, I should. I really have no clue how I'm going to approach this. Um, which is kind of a fun way. I do have a music test scene. I think I did some work in this direction, so this is probably a good place to start. Okay, so this was some old work we did. You guys probably won't be able to hear the music, which sucks. Because this lapel mic probably, well, let me know. I'll see if this actually makes some music first, and you guys let me know. Okay, so currently all the music's off. You guys hear anything? I can turn off my noise canceling if that helps. It's probably singing as background noise. Noise suppression off. You might hear my fans though. Turning off all noise cancellation. How about now? Yeah, I could switch the stream, but then things I bounce back between code all the time, so most of the time you won't be able to see me. I have an idea. This is what I do when I'm teaching my students. Put my noise cancellation back on. I can't do it for some reason, it's not letting me. Okay, I'm going to try. Not gonna be ideal. Oh, that's not gonna work. I was gonna split my screen in half, but then if I share Unity, it's only gonna show Unity, so I was gonna do this. But that's not gonna help. Yeah, it's a bit of a hassle to keep changing your quite a few clicks to keep changing between code and Unity. If I had one of them fancy stream decks, it wouldn't be a problem, but I don't. I could probably build one. There's electronics lying around here. Oh yeah, I could do that. It's not a terrible idea. I wonder if you hear me twice. Probably. We'll try it. My computer really hates doing GPU encoding. It's actually in the market for a new computer right now because it starts to melt when I do this. Let's see how long it lasts. Hey, let's stop this music. Right, I'll try making. Oh, but I can't. Damn it, I can't. Oh, I can. I can record and do a virtual camera at the same time. Okay, give me a sec. Virtual camera. And it doesn't seem to be showing. Can you? Oh. Screen. Off. Video. Okay. So you can see my virtual camera now. Is it flipped? It's flipped, isn't it? That's really annoying. Let's try unflipping it. There is no... Okay, I can flip it. Oh, okay. Got it. So yeah. You can hear my voice still, I take it? And I guess we'll try figuring out the input, audio input. I'll have to change that to, if I change that to the virtual camera, can I do that? Okay, the input device is not showing up as there's no virtual camera, so that camera is not audio. So OBS cannot do, this is a dead end, I think. I don't think OBS can stream, doesn't stream the audio along with it. Well, you know what, honestly, well, let's go, let's just roll with it. Stop this film. I'll figure it out as I go. Video. Stuck with my ugly mug for now. Gotta be like a checkbox or something. So no one. Let me quickly Google it. Give me a second. Always coming prepared. Always. Okay. Scored. Stream audio. Stream. Now it's saying you can't do it with a screen. Stream quality. No luck on Google. I kind of want to figure this out though, because I'll turn off noise cancellation at the start. Let me play the music again. Because we're gonna eventually want to do streaming. Hopefully do some streaming music stuff. And this is gonna be important. How's that? I can turn it way up. Very nice. Oh, well, let me turn on, maybe that's automatic gain then. Turn off noise suppression. Turn off noise reduction. Turn off. I turned everything off. I'm ready to turn everything off now. Do I? How's that sound? Ready? I turned off all of the settings that I'm meant to be. Good God. Alright. Automatically turn that off. Am I too loud now? I turned off gain sensitivity. Yeah, audio sucks. Okay, can you hear my voice? And can you hear the music? Success! Excellent. So this is the one track we have to work with right now. Something that Jib just knocked together, like it's no big deal. But the idea here is that these are what we call stems. So, for instance, the backing. So we have some strings in the back there. I don't know if you can still hear. I'll turn my volume up just in case. Okay, turn my speakers way up. Alright, keep me updated. See what I can. So this is like some strings backing, and then we could introduce a melody on top of that. So we got some brass. And then you obviously fade these in and out. But these are just three stems. They're just three things. We'd have a whole library of things to choose from, and it'll be beat matched, so they can mix together and loop together and can be faded in and out, and we can change the whole feeling of the music whenever we want based on something. Now the something part is what I want to start and work on today. What drives all this stuff? Because technically turning music on and off is easy. We've done that. That's what this is doing right here. But what causes it? And how, from a designer's perspective, do they interact with that? Like, is it a graph? Do we use Tangletorn for that? Do we want to have it on a per card basis? Do we want to have it like on a more like a mixing like level thing when you're like, hey, this is the emotion for this, but like I think it's gonna have to probably be slightly card specific. I'm not really sure. Yeah, sequence. Part of the reason I'm passionate was I used to DJ and I used to run a punk rock night back in Brighton, England, and I used to DJ for that. So feeling the room, feeling the room, and like trying to change people's mood and music is fascinating. So that's what I want to do. I'm gonna call it selfish and just code it. So it is probably gonna be a lot of playing around with ideas here. See what sticks. We do have a way of, like, I really am just playing with ideas. So if you guys have any thoughts at all on this, you know, by all means, that'd be great. Hey, Mercurial. Mercurial. I almost said Mercurial because that's the name of a source control thing. So I butchered your name. Mercurial. Thanks for hopping in. I'm supposed to start work on the music engine / emotion engine. So how we're going to, at the core of this game, we want to be able to, the music and sound effects and visual effects to be driven by something that, there's some stuff I'm not going to talk about. It's kind of secret stuff that goes even deeper than that. But on the surface, that's what we want to be able to do from a designer's perspective. So I'm a designer or a modder, because obviously this game is going to be fully moddable. I'm coming in, how do I want to be able to interact with this? Like when I say, for instance, look at the graph for slice. Super simple graph. For the slice card, mega simple. Tidy this up a bit. Oop. So really simple, puts something on the timeline. When the thing happens, it does damage, but where maybe do we want to put it? The reason I say emotion engine, oh yeah, to catch you up, I'm gonna call you Mark. Sorry, I'm gonna butcher your name over and over again. Just for now, I'm gonna call you Mark, unless you don't like it. Or M, too. Marcus, cool. Good name. I know a lot of good Marcuses. Yeah, so the emotion engine basically drives the whole thing. I want to be able to say, as a card, like as a slice card, and this might be a good place to start, from the slice card, I want to instill this feeling. Like we have this thing called a placeholder node. It's a node we specifically designed for coming up with ideas. It's a node that you can kind of just make a fake node out of it. It doesn't do anything, but it's good for coming up with jamming some ideas. Yeah, music and gameplay, me and Jib are absolutely adamant that our music is not only dynamic, but the music itself will be feeding back into the gameplay. Like, we're both huge music nerds, and I've worked on many games, and invariably the music's been like left to the end. Not left to the end, but it's always been a kind of an afterthought, and it's never given the attention it deserves. So to our best of our ability, we're going to try to take dynamic music to the next level, see what's possible. Plus, Jib's an incredible musician, so more opportunity to show off his stuff. So I'm thinking like something. I'm just going to throw some ideas around at this point. So this is the simplest card we have, pretty much. So maybe when the timeline event is when it occurs. This is when this slice actually happens and does damage. But we probably want to start building up some music, some kind of emotion, some sort of apprehension of some kind, when it's not only when it's placed on the timeline. So we can tell the emotion engine, hey, this thing's coming up, this thing's charging up, this thing's about to happen. But also, even when you like hover over the card, potentially we want to give audio cues to the players, like that's a good move. That's like we want to be able to have it so if you actually have a card, the AI will be able to know because we have to use AI anyway. The AI can say, hey, you actually have a card that's going to save your ass if you play it, but you may not spot it as a player. So you play some kind of hopeful music in the background, and then be like, ah, and they'll slowly recognize the fact that that hopeful music means they have a card they can play that's going to get them out of a bind. They just have to look for it. So I think I want to give as many hooks into the engine as I can for music. So that means more of these events, effectively. When you hover over a card, when you place something on the timeline, not just when it actually occurs. So that's the first step, I guess, is to, and I don't have a lot of stems to work with right now. I've got what Jibs gave me. Sorry. But that's enough for now. So I'm not going to bother the placeholder node because I actually kind of know what I want to do. I want to start with a new one of these. And so timeline event node has a type, which is only here. So like I guess I already thought ahead here. I already thought ahead, and this we can use the same node for this. Octopath Traveler. I have not. Probably exists. Yeah. JRPGs are not really my jam. I have seen this. I've seen this before because I saw a developer like a postmortem on how they did their pixel art, which is a really good read because the pixel art is very unique. Like the whole idea of depth of field in pixel art is pretty cool. So I guess I'm not really surprised that they would also pay a lot of attention to the music. Holy shit, that's expensive. $84. Holy crap. What is this thing? I mean, good on you if people are buying it. Slightly out of my oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna watch. I'll put that to be my to be watched because it's 10 minutes long. And
The best part.
oh god, it's loud. I will watch that. Thank you. Always good idea to research, to steal all the good ideas and bring as many of your own good ideas to the table. That's how good games are made. For every good idea you steal, you bring one of your own. It's like a barter system. That's how it's always worked. The cues in the dialogue with different tracks are layered in. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of totally the feel we're going through. And the dialogue system is definitely going to be driving music heavily because how a conversation's going is going to be a big factor on the feels. You piss somebody off, music will let you know. So I already have this timeline event node. Might as well keep using it. So I have on event occurred, and I guess on event placed is an obvious next one. That should give me enough flexibility for now to at least play with it. So where's this used and how can I on applied? So we're going to need a new, this is called from my simulate timeline. So execute any queued events. So we have a list of all the events that are meant to happen. And that's how the graphs know that events have happened. So I'm also going to have a public void on place. Now where am I going to call this? This is going to be basically the same deal. Where to call it? Let the events graph know the timeline that has been placed. By the way, I had to get a new keyboard because my old keyboard had a tragic spilling accident. So this one's really noisy. Hopefully it's not annoying. I don't really like noisy keyboards, but it's fucking cheap. Yeah, it's my old keyboard. Hold on a second. This is why I don't like lapel mics. I'm stuck to my chair now. It still works, and I'm gonna fix it. I am gonna fix it. Oh god. This is my old keyboard. It's slightly customized. Like it's bare circuit boards, spray painted hazard tape circuit boards. Hack the planet. This thing served me well for fucking years, and I will fix it, but it's gonna probably need actually need to be submerged and given a bath in isopropyl alcohol, which I'll get around to at some point. But for now, new clacky keyboard for now. I spent ages avoiding mechanical keyboards because I associated them with really annoying sounds, and then I realized they make quiet ones, and realized, oh, I can't justify $150 for a keyboard, and realized my entire career is based around a keyboard. For God's sake, musicians don't question spending $1,000 on a $2,000 or $10,000 on a guitar. Why am I holding back on a $150 keyboard? The warning tape did its best. I will fix it. Although the isopropyl alcohol bath will probably take the paint job off, maybe. So where am I going to call this? On placed. It should be fairly straightforward, but I need to keep in mind this queued events thing. Actually, this should be a bit more straightforward because basically... Oh, well, look at this. Isn't that convenient? I even left myself a method right here. So, perfect. So we basically, do basically the same thing. These events are these dudes. What did I call them? Applied? Unapplied. Timeline events. So they have to have been created. So I need a timeline event, which I make. Oh, it's already been made. So wherever this is being called, it is creating a new one. Timeline event UI this. So this suggests that this class already knows about the timeline event. It does, and this is set in initialize. Okay, so initialize is called here when I start event placement. It creates the thing. Some to-dos I should probably address. Pretend, man, this is reminding me that I need to be doing my own game dev work. Ooh, what are you working on? I put together a small team and sometimes it feels like everything goes to a standstill. Yep, I hear you. Not on Tangletorn. Don't read that the wrong way. But yes, I've been there before. It's like, what do you do? I mean, it completely depends on your project and your team. Sometimes you have to wonder why people are on the project. Or everybody needs different kinds of motivation. That's the thing I've learned over the years. Some people need to be like if it's a programmer, sometimes they need a pair programmer to be with them. Sometimes they need to be given a hard deadline. Like everybody's got different motivating factors. And finding out especially if you're the one in charge or managing it, and I've worked as a CTO, CEO, and everything from below that. You find out what motivates each person, including yourself, then that's like the first step. And you can't be a mind reader either. Sometimes you just have to figure out like straight up ask them why are you into this? Why do you want to do this? And if they haven't got an answer, they probably aren't into it. Right. So when this is placed, so puzzle game with a raccoon as a player. Yep, sequence. I'm drinking a hard. This tastes like a freeze pop. One of those blue strawberry flavors, which I always thought was weird. Strawberry was blue, but anyway. Blue strawberry freeze pop. And I was reading Percan's game. Basically, going down the story, raccoon gets taken to a lab and tested on increasing. Ooh. Oh, nice. 5 shots. Oof. I stopped doing the whole rite of passage challenge drinking things when I was after I finish university. But you know, teach their own. To each their own. Okay, so when I place this event, I need to do something similar to this. These are the ones that are already queued, so I just basically need to well, its graph will know. Yeah, it'll be fine. So I just the hardest part's the comment. Let the trigger in let the event trigger any on placed events. So that'll be my event $event dot on placed. There we go, on placed. Still getting used to this keyboard, by the way. There we go. So that's been placed. Now I should be able to figure that and needed something to test it with. And the easiest way is just throw a log in there. So I'll start with that. Boop, 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 boop. You can open me? Oh, there it is. Okay, so new timeline event. I can't even remember where it lives. Encounters? Events. On timeline event. Really need to, I keep saying this, I need to fucking give this thing some love. It's like all just scattered and horrible. I want like a fuzzy search thing, because this is eventually going to end up, well, this won't end up in the hands of you guys for modding, but a better version that's standalone will. This is the Unity one that we're working with, that we're going to be building our own after release. So this is going to be an on placed event. I just realized I broke everything. Shit. For the programmers in the crowd, the reason I broke everything is I've made a new enum. You never add things to the beginning of an enum if it's new. You add it to the end, because I just changed the order of numbers. Behind the scenes, an enum is just an integer, just a number. And the first one's 0, the second one's 1, and so on and so forth. If you put something new at the beginning, every single thing changes across the board. So you always add to the end. And don't think, oh, I need to make a logical order. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. You have no idea how much it's going to bite now. So that's, now fix that one. Now if I make a new one, I'm just going to copy and paste this. So this guy will be on event placed. And when it triggers on event placed, I guess it will have a source in the target. Sim timeline event, on timeline event. Where do these get populated? Timeline events. Gotcha. Right. Yeah, so that's still wired up. Don't think I need it right now, but what I want to do is play some music, I guess. So when I place, well, I don't want to play some music. Oh, sequence. On the note of drinking, so I'll probably drink less since that. Just go decide I wasn't drunk enough for a song I was playing. Fair enough. seems reasonable. Right, I'm gonna need a new node, and this is gonna be one of those like important moments, because this node will dictate kind of the whole feel of this emotion engine. Like just the naming of something in programming and development in general. The naming of something is a critical moment that some people don't spend enough time thinking about. When you name a class, or you name a system, method name, or variable, anything, the second you make that choice to make a name, you've dictated the future of that thing. So choosing a good name is very, very important. And I have to do that right now. I need a new node. Even where it lives is important. Hey, look, sequence, you do you. Right, but where is this thing gonna live? It's, well, this is this giant mess I was telling you about. Like, this is just fucking horrible. Blah. Everything's just spread out in garbage. 99% of my body right now wants to just stop what I'm doing and reprogram this, but I've been trying to hold back on that because it isn't enough of a hassle for us that to address it. Whereas when we make an external tool that does the same job as Tangler, this will never even exist. So it's like a problem that annoys us, but it won't. Yeah, it's a hard one. So what the hell am I gonna put emotion stuff? I guess I can make a new folder for it. That seems how I've been making this mess the entire time. Emotions. It's an interesting folder to have. Let's grab something kinda similar. I want it to be. Actually, you know, sometimes it's nice to just like from scratch program something, just to remind yourself how the system works. So I want to. This is it. This is the name. This is the important name. This is the kicker. I'm thinking. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not setting an emotion. I'm kind of influencing an emotion. So I'm like adding a weight. That's an excellent name for a 10. Perfect. It's so good I can't use it. I couldn't deprive you. I couldn't take that name from me. I'm thinking add emotional influence is too heavy. I'm thinking weight. Because weights evoke. That's good. That is good. It is a bit like set though, in that in your like this is the emotion, but really you're a lot of stuff's gonna be a lot of different things gonna be feeding into this emotion engine from all over the place, and can't they can't strictly evoke an emotion. They kind of just like weigh in on it. That's why I want to use the weights, just like you have animation weights and so on. So things like apply it's a dry name, but something like apply animation weight, emotion weight. Add emotional influence. I could just actually feeling. That's a good word. Feeling is already there. I can say add feeling. Add is basically talking about weights. Doesn't mean it's setting anything. It's just adding something. So I could say add in emotions. Wow, this is a quite the hippie node here. Add feeling. I love it. Perfect. I'm gonna code it from scratch because it's really good to do that with your code sometimes. Copying and pasting stuff's great. Sometimes you just need to remember why you made something and why it's the way it is. So Tangler node, and I want it to override. Can't play from a new keyboard. Override execute. I'll get there in a few minutes. There we go. Execute. There we go. And that needs its namespace. And never remember if we do base at the end. Usually we do base at the end, because that carries on the graph. So we want to do our work first. So what is this going to do? This is my favorite part of programming. Top-down programming. For the programmers in the crowd, you may be familiar. Top-down programming is fantastic. Code things as if they existed in the perfect world. So I would let the emotion, like literally this, if I was writing, if the code existed, what's the ideal way I would use it? And that's top-down programming, and you just make it work like that. Low. Let the emotion engine system. I want to give it a clever name. If anybody comes up with a clever name, I'm gonna have a cigarette actually. I'm gonna have a cigarette in ages. I'm gonna have a smoke and think about a name for this emotion system because I don't like the name emotion system. You guys can come up with a better one. We have Tangler for the graph system because it's like a tangle of wires. We quite like that one. You guys can come up with a name for the emotion engine system thing. By the time I have a cigarette, then it'll go in the game. We'll give you some kind of credit. Ew. Fervor. Fervor. That's a good one. I decided when I was having a cigarette that everybody who is a frequent flyer in the Sunday streams gets to go in the credits as a rubber ducky. Right. Fervor. It's good. It's good. But the choices, big naming choices. Fervor. That's what I call it. Gut. Gut feeling. Actually, I like gut. Basically, guys feel about gut for now. This is going to be an internal system mostly. Probably won't be seen outside the source code. But I like it because it's short, and there's no way that any libraries or anything I bring in externally is going to use the word gut. Let the gut system. Let the gut system. Heavy capitalized. Let the gut system. About the new feeling. I never thought I'd ever write a comment like that before. So, top-down programming, my favorite. Gut dot add feeling, and this is where it gets really interesting. It's going to have to be a type of feeling, but I also don't want to preclude the fact that a modder could introduce a whole new emotion if they wanted to. Like, which means enums are tricky. So what I usually do in a situation like this is use enums, but also have, well, I'll show you, I guess. How I normally do this is, I like this too, because nobody's going to be using any of these names. These names are completely free. So this will be the feeling that this node has. There's probably going to be an intensity, I'm assuming. Possibly a priority. Definitely a priority. That's going to be important. Yeah, it looks. I like the look of it so far. Obviously, you can be prone to change, but you want a good starting point. So priority is going to be some kind of just an integer, I guess, with a default of, we'll leave it at 0. The higher the priority, the higher the number, I guess. Intensity, not sure if this one's necessary, but it should be there, probably defaulting to 1. That should probably be a percentage. Oh wow, I can't type today. Priority is going to be higher, higher means greater priority. The feeling will be an enum that will be in the gut system. So I'll make this first. This is going to be a raw class, it's not going to inherit from anything. Although it could be like everything like gut manager, but I've been calling everything that, but I'm just going to go gut. This is funny. Kind of, it's probably going to be a singleton. Probably going to be a singleton. It has to exist. And let's flesh it out a bit. So this feeling will be a new enum. Let's start moving these guys around. So this is going to live in scripts / gut. Sequence. I usually start panicking when I have unused stuff, like it's going to cause horrible running stuff. But I think unless it causes some sort of leak, it's mostly code not used. Have you been drinking? Or your typing as bad as mine? Cheers. You did say that, yeah. I wasn't, yeah. So let's move feeling over. It's going to be over in the same, back over in gut. I like gut. It's funny class name, so I'll have to bring in that. Why have I done this? That should not be that, like that. This is going to be a feeling. The most important thing. And why did I do that? Oh, I called the fucking gut system. Yeah, gut system. Actually, I could probably put this in. No, I'm gonna keep this separate because selfishly, I might want to use this thing in another game, another project. I'm gonna keep it separate and not just lump it into another like managers folder. I'm just gonna have an extra folder for it. Well, scripting folder for it. So make a new folder called the gut system. Let's just fix my issue here. System. And I'll have an empty folder lying around now. This is running a little slowly. What are my graphics cards doing? Any kind of encoding it. This is why I'm in the market for a new computer right now. Game development and some of the stuff I do, VR, especially VR stuff, so heavy on your computer. And I've been running off a laptop forever because I used to never stay in one place for more than a couple of months. So, oh, it got rid of that folder for me. Lovely. Yeah, I'm in the market for a desktop machine. Terrible time to buy one because all the bloody Bitcoin miners and shit stealing all the graphics cards. But so we have an add feeling. What's this gonna do? Well, now it's gonna spell intensity, right? What? I just can't spell, can I? And what? It's missing an N there, dude. Idiot. Alright, so we have this system now, and let's put some feelings in here. Okay, so what I was saying is that I want to be able to, you can use an enum for drop-down loveliness sake, but also this should also, for modding purposes, should also be able to be a string. That would be the feeling name. This basically opens it up to modding because I'm not demanding the fact. So basically, whatever, well, I suppose they're coding this, there'll be an add feeling off the instance. So in current, we're in a static right now. We don't want to be on a static. There'll be a non-static add feeling called, well, add feeling internal. It's the internal version of this. And it's going to take the feeling to string, and then the rest. Same gig here, except that this takes a feeling name. And we make this dude, and it does the work. Which means we're going to have like active feelings, and will this be a list? Well, if the feeling is so deep. If the feeling, where's Ninetales? That's one of our main rubber duckies. Where's the core team member here? We got Sequence, Ninetales, Pertan, new face today. Marcus. Keep showing up and then you get rubber ducky credit. Yeah. So active feelings. If the feeling, let's get rid of this. If the feeling is already active, and I can't have like a fixed list of them because again, modding. If the feeling is already active, so if we have in our active feelings, if it contains, probably gonna be a dictionary, so it contains a key of feeling name, then we would simply add, now this is gonna be complicated because then how does intensity and priority get taken into account if they're even needed? The intensity is pretty straightforward. We can just, the feeling, so let's just make this thing quickly. This is going to be a dictionary of string floats. I'll make that read only. I'm a programmer, I know what that means. Pretend. Yeah, no, everybody's got their thing, man. I mean, I do record them. I haven't uploaded the last one actually. I keep forgetting to upload them. The last one, this one, they will always be recorded. I don't know if anybody watches those, but I actually checked. Let's be brutally honest. Watching programming is nowhere near as entertaining as watching someone do art or make music or those kind of things. Programming is a bit more sedate and confusing. But I like streaming it if you guys like to watch. Adds to the intensity. I can't spell intensity today. Of the existing feeling. If the feeling doesn't exist, I'm a big fan of commenting your else statements. People should do that more. It's like coming up with their own, it's like someone coming up with their own language and using it. Oh yeah, what I'm doing right now? The naming of things? Is that what you mean? If it isn't already active, then we'll add the feeling, active feelings. So this would be pretty straightforward. We know at this point that it exists, so we can say, hey, feeling name plus equals the intensity. Now I don't know what to do with priority right now. I don't know what to do with priority, but I feel it is gonna be important. So I need to tackle that right now. Which means I can't just straight up add this. If I come along and then change the priority, that means this active feelings thing is gonna have to have its own structure of sorts. It's gonna be some kind of new. I already used the word feeling. I don't want to use active feeling. I could call it emotion, but then I'm just mixing nouns. I guess active feeling. Should I just call this thing add emotion? Feeling is a little bit, I don't know. Add emotion. I'm gonna go with add emotion. Although gut and feeling, gut.add feeling, it's pretty good. Yeah, just because of gut feeling, I'm gonna keep it. So active feeling, I don't like that name at all, but I'm gonna roll with it for now. So an active feeling is gonna have a feeling, which is gonna be a feeling name, and it's gonna have now I'm thinking this active feelings might have to be this might actually have to be well, first of all, it's gonna have to be whatever this is. Let's make this object first of all. Probably get rid of the struct for this one. It's probably going to be private to this, to the whole gut. You won't be dealing with these things externally, so this can be a nested private struct. So it's going to need a feeling, and I will make it a property. Also going to, basically I'm just going to replicate these, so, and I'll basically just do math. Hey, I spelled intensity almost right. And whenever I query the system, I'll just do the math, like figure out mathematically what of all the active feelings, like based on these two, intensity and priority, what's the deal. But let's cross that bridge when we get to it. So intensity, priority. Yes, sequence. And this is bitching because this is a float. It needs to be a active feeling. Wait a second. I've used feeling for this. Okay, that's gonna be feeling type, and this is gonna be feeling. That's just better. What do you mean always exist? All right, see what it means. Feeling type. And now I gotta figure out how this is gonna work, because this kind of almost want the priority to be like a bit more coarse, like low, medium, high. I feel like a number here is just gonna confuse people. Confuse the designers. I really do think that's probably could use to be something a bit more prescribed. So like low, medium, high. There's still a few feelings in here. Go with even these names are incredibly important. Yeah, I could do optional like secondary priority. So you can say, yeah, it's medium, but it's also got this optional other. I think I'll have to cross. I think I have to figure out when that's needed. I think, yeah, if it comes to that, that should be pretty straightforward to add. What are you bitching about? Yeah, this has to be public because it's public. There we go. Internal. Fucking internal. Hate that thing. This is bitching because it's the same name as itself. That sucks. Damn. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, feeling type. There's definitely a string. My name's in order here. Type equals, and now that is a string. Priority will be a proper type there. Right. Now this will be a dictionary now of feelings. So if it already exists, this is not really relevant anymore because we're going to be adding them all together, so we pretty much don't need to check this anymore. This is simplified a fair bit. because the math will basically do that for us. But now this dictionary doesn't make sense at all. So this is not actually a dictionary. This is basically just a list of feelings. And again, the math is what deals with that. So now this will just add this dude. And of course some logging. Adding a feeling. Okay. We have a start here. Let's throw a few types in here though. These names are gonna be important. Really important. Because I'm thinking combat, but I gotta think outside the box here. Like it's gonna be important for dialogue, combat, general UI. So I know we have hope is gonna be one. How brutal do I want to be with these? Despair. If you're almost dead. I can't spell. Yeah. Newbie search. Okay, I'm not alone in misspelling this. Oh, fuck off. So it's despair with yeah, so that's the correct spelling. Despair. Doesn't like that either? What's your problem? Typo. This thing you should give me suggestions for typing. Okay, fuck you. That's despair. What am I doing?
Despair.
Jesus. That was loud. I thought that was somebody in the channel. Someone was screaming at me. God. Oof. I never be able to spell that well. I can't wait till AI programming starts to take over a bit more. And all I have to do is talk to an AI and ask what to do. So I don't have to use keyboards anymore. I'm a programmer who hates keyboards. Hope, despair. Some kind of like build up. What's a build up emotion? Anticipation. There's gonna be loads of these, I'm sure. These are all probably gonna be more fine grained. There's gonna be like, I think this isn't enough. I don't think feeling type's enough because like if I'm casting a card that's like a melee attack, then I don't want a feeling type called melee anticipation, ideally. But I would like to be able to pass on a little bit of metadata. Luckily, I can do that very easily now. Ooh, a link. What's this? Oh, thank you. That will come in useful. Calm. We definitely want calm. That's a good one. That literally is like a musical thing. That's a good list. Thanks, Bertan. So I would like to be able to pass in a bit more than just this. Like I want to be able to say, give it some kind of metadata, because everything's going to feed off this engine. This engine doesn't do anything on its own, but it can be queried by other systems in the game, one of which being the music engine. So the music engine is probably going to want to know something like this. Actually, I'm going to go for metadata. I'm going to go with a string dictionary. Or even a string object dictionary. Oh, hang on. Modding. Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine for modding as well. It always pains me when I hear of a developer. It's like, yeah, we're gonna add modding now. How? How are you gonna add modding? Unless you like legitimately had some killer internal tools that you're using. You can't just add modding. This does not be null anymore because it's always gonna have a value. And let's gonna have metadata. Okay. So that can be used to pass along things like melee, like attack type or something. And that's where the music engine can feed off of when it's making choices. Now, because of the whole modability thing, ideally, the music engine should be functioning primarily with like Tangle graphs. And that, I don't know what would look like. I really don't know. But okay, so maybe not a Tangle graph, but some kind of data structure that can be externally added. Yeah, per times it's kind of, with modding you pretty much have to you have to eat your own dog food effectively. You can't just tag it on after. You have to treat your game as purely an engine, and the entirety of the game is just a mod. It's the first mod that is the game, and it's the only way really to create a solid modding engine. If you don't, I mean, you have to eat your own dog food. You have to use your own tools. So effectively, Tangletorn is going to be a mod for the Tangletorn engine. That's just the way it's going to be. And if that's the kind of discipline, if you can keep that and be disciplined about it, and avoiding things like this, like having strict enums, this would preclude anybody from adding their own new emotions or feeling types. But that's why you add something like this, and you don't deal with enums, you deal with strings, and then immediately someone can come along later and make a whole new feeling and use it for whatever they want. I think with modding too, having your engine, like for instance the timeline, one of the first tests I plan on doing when I'm happy with it, if I can't make the timeline allow you to play a horizontal game of Tetris, then the timeline system is not complete. So that's going to be something I will do at some point, is make a simple mod for the using graphs, just graphs, that lets you play Tetris on the timeline. If you can do that, and you can do anything. All right, this seems solid enough. Now, this is only just feeding into it. Obviously, we need to be able to remove these feelings, but I'm not going to code that in here because, again, keeping top-down programming. So feeling type will probably be an enum here, but I'm also going to allow I'm going to do this. This is a bit weird. And this is only going to be applicable for custom is not a legitimate thing. You can't add custom. So I'm actually going to check here, make sure we didn't end up with a custom feeling. That should never happen. So if feeling name is custom, then we can blow up and say somehow This should never be reached. This should never happen. Somehow a feeling cold custom was used. This shouldn't happen. Likely a failure in the add feeling node. Well, that's where the exception's coming from, so that should be obvious. It could be an Easter egg. Easter egg. Per 10. This is somewhat off topic, but I teach games programming for my day job. Specifically VR, but I've been teaching since 2006. I was taught at two universities in the UK, and then now these days I'm teaching remotely. But if you do want a tutor, how much do I charge? That's a bloody good question. I haven't done one-to-one tutoring in quite a while. Like long enough that money has changed. That really depends on what you would want, because like I've been thinking about this for a while actually. One service that I would like to provide is not just teaching, but also if you have a project in mind already, then somewhere between tutoring and actually helping you develop your game at the same time. So basically taking turns doing paired programming. So I would pair program with my student on their project and help them develop it, but then I would take the back seat and they would drive, and I would give them teach them best practice and as they're driving. So it's not just a passive thing that you're watching. So I guess it depends on whether you would want a general, or whether anybody would want like a general. I guess it depends on the length of it as well. If you want like a general crash course, we like like most of the stuff I teach right now is like a 10 week or 10-week courses, which I feel is a good amount of length of time to take quite a lot on, and you can really explore the engine and stuff. I mostly teach you using Unity, which is not a horrible thing. It's a pretty great engine to have in your belt. Yeah, Marcus, we just per time was mentioning that well, you can read in chat. That's something I've been thinking about getting into beyond my day job. My day job is teaching game development. Well, strictly my game job is XR development, or VR and virtual reality and augmented reality. So it's not strictly only games. It's also training experiences and just XR stuff in general. That's primarily what I do, but my background has always been in teaching games in general, game development. When it comes to development, game development is like the all-encompassing type of development. If you can learn to develop games, you can program fucking anything. I'll stand by that to my grave, because it's like you have to wear so many different hats and learn so many different. You have to be a jack of all trades as a game programmer. And I think the industry is slowly starting to realize that. Like right now, game developers are extremely hot commodity, because VR in industry for training applications is such a huge money saver, that the amount of money and lack of developers for virtual reality, at least, is there's so few developers and so much demand for it. But most developers are coming from, like a lot of students I teach, they come from either not a development background at all, or they might come from maybe more enterprise type stuff, or like maybe web development or something. Whereas the industry, this VR training industry, is starting to wake up and realize, damn, you know what we need to do? We need to hire game devs. And they wouldn't think to hire game devs before, but slowly the HR departments are starting to realize that game devs are the ones that have to wear all these different hats, and they're the ones that can solve pretty much most problems. Like I'm a game dev, but I can make you back end API. I can make you a web server. I can make you. I can do all those things because it's all the same wheelhouse, right? You have to learn so many different. You have to learn to wear so many different hats that you're not very restricted as a game developer. You end up being very broadly skilled, which is incredibly satisfying when you start to get there because you're like, yeah, I can take that on. I could totally do that. Website, nothing. Yeah. Yeah, game development is for me the where that's where you're find and not always, but people who've been I've been in game development for almost 16 years now. And you just can't help but have to learn pretty much most things to an extent, to some degree. I'm not an expert in pretty much anything, but oh yeah, perfect. More hats. Next strain from hats. But yeah, who's asking this question originally? Pertan. Yeah, if you're interested in, that's a very good question. How much do I charge? That's probably something I would prefer to take offline. I can throw you if you're serious at all, I can shoot you my personal email as a DM, and you can hit me up. Um, oops, so I'm fiddling with the mic. I didn't realize it was there. Yeah, I can eat tomorrow. That's okay. Sure. Hawaiian. Sorry. Food ordering happening. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, I'll shoot you. If you want my, do you want my email address? I'm not gonna just shove email addresses at you. But if you're serious and learning, I mean, that is pretty much my passion, teaching. That's why I like streaming as well, even if I'm not doing a hell of a lot of it right now. Come on, Cash, focus. Cool. Yeah, hit me up. All right, so we added a new feeling. Now, what do I do with these feelings? Well, first of all, I'm gonna need another node to remove a feeling. Now, this is where it gets complicated because, like, what feeling am I referring to? I think what's probably going to want to happen here is that when we add these feelings, they actually get returned and become outputs. Yes, they become outputs to yeah, this will be here. These become part of the node, the whole graph. So I create the feeling and then I return it. And so these guys have to do the same thing. Oop, oop, oop. And this is going to complain because it's internal. So this is going to have to become... Now, I don't know if I can use structures in the graph. I guess we're about to find out. It definitely have to be serializable. I'm not even sure that's a thing for... Yep, that is a thing for structures. So now this add feeling node can now have a... I just realized none of these things here need to be... Hold on. Yeah, these needs to be runtime input, so you can actually define these things in the graph elsewhere. So like intensity, for instance, could be to totally determine on how much damage you're going to do. If there's some RNG involved, like random number generation, then intensity will be defined by that. So this is definitely something that we want to be able to input if we want to. But we're also going to have an output. Not out. What did I just pull in? We have an output. That actual feeling. Yeah. I need to be change some of these things. So that's going to be feeling type. Oh yeah, what I wanted to do here, I got a little distracted. The reason I wanted custom in here is that I'm only going to show this if, see if I can remember how to do this. Yes, this dot feeling. I don't want to clutter up Tangler as much as I can. Damn, that's gonna have to be a double quote. Custom. That should just only show the string, and this will be feeling name. So then, basically, if the feeling type is custom, then I will send the name instead. What's it complaining about here? Probably because I didn't finish this line of code. Nope. String float int. String float. Oh yeah, priority is wrong now. Priority is going to be a feeling priority. There we go. Screw that. Let's just stick it over here somewhere. Yeah, you gotta have fun with your naming sometimes. This thing's gonna come back in a second. That's gonna be a remove feeling, but that's gonna be important because this is why I'm adding this output of the actual feeling that's created, which means we can actually remove that feeling later. So that'll be the output of feeling, and then this whole remove feeling will just have one runtime input of feeling. That'll be that. Okay, feeling I should probably make global now. It's not gonna, that is never gonna get anybody's namespace. It's a weird name, weirdly named class. I just wanted to tell the gut feeling is kind of cool. The simple things. None of this stuff's necessary. When I execute, this is going to remove a feeling. This will be incredibly easy to program. Let the guts to know a feeling. Feeling has ended. Oh, that's sad. And just like, well, this one doesn't need to have a string at all. I don't really need to well, check the feeling is still active. I don't want us to blow up because it's very possible. For now, I'm going to err on the side of caution. So if active, in current, so in a static method, if the active feelings does not contain, does not contain the feelings feeling type. Oh, sorry, feeling. What am I doing? This is an object comparison. I do just want to, for now, I'm just going to blow up. So I don't think that should ever happen. But we'll, always better to blow up first. And then we decide if it's, you shouldn't later. So this should be, try to remove feeling that didn't exist. All of these comments and strings are just try to remove a feeling it didn't exist. Read into that what you like. Remove the feeling. Current dot active feelings dot remove feeling. Beautiful. Okay. So I have two nodes. Let's give this one its own place to live. And now we have a system. Feelings are for the weak. Okay. We'll get that in there as a comment somewhere. eventually I'm gonna have to dispose of dead feelings. That's actually have to be a comment that I have to write. Like feelings might be attached to a graph when the graph goes away. We'll probably have to make sure that all any feelings attached to the graph, any close feelings you have with the graph go along with its death. Da, da, da. Oop. Give me a sec. I'm gonna grab a drink. So me and Sequence are on the same page. Yes. Well, if I make feelings a mono behavior, then I can totally. I don't use a mono behavior, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, it's a structure, isn't it? Hmm. Then I could actually do this line of code: destroy feeling. Yeah. So okay. I haven't tested any of this yet, so I'm just gonna make sure that this any of it works. So, do they no compile errors? Wow. I mean, I guess that's so many fruit flies. Go away, fruit flies. Emotions. That feeling. Right, I'm gonna call it. I was gonna call it gut, wasn't I? Can't call it gut. No, I'm just gonna leave that because I'll get a namespace conflict. Okay, so this didn't work because these are all private, and I forgot that's not gonna work. In which case I don't need this. No, that's fine. Ooh. I'm gonna put some lime juice in my beer. That'd be nice. That's hot out. Oops. Oh, what have I done? Right, so that's not how that works. Of course it isn't. Yeah, fool. It's not a string. It's not a string. It needs to be. This is like a weird thing. This is Odin is an asset. This guy made by Serenix. It's like a enhanced Unity inspector. It lets you do kind of cool stuff like this. I don't trust code in strings though, because who knows. That seemed to work. So if I change hope to custom, I get a feeling name. So that's supporting modding. Oh, look at all these different colors, all the different types. Okay, so when I want an anticipation with intensity of 1, priority, whatever. So when I place the target on placed, then I want to trigger that. Pretty simple. Now, I just want to make sure that the graph, where do I need to put this? Oop. There's a logical place to put this, like up here. Vertical ordering. What happens first? Higher. Yeah, seems to make sense. That's down to the designer. It's not my problem. So the timeline event placed. It annoys me that this thing is cut off like that. I need to. Again, I'm not trying to worry too much about the UI in this Entangler because eventually it's going to be an external tool and we have total control over the visuals. Right now, I just don't want to fight. We're using an open source system called Xnode, which is there's very few lines of code left from the original Xcode, but it's still rendering wise, it's mostly still original, and I'm not gonna spend time on it. If there is a word needed relative to guts, oh, loins, preemptively. Okay, noted. I'll put that in the naming bank. A queue of names to use. All right. I completely fucked this up, didn't I? I forgot the else. Because if there is a... If it isn't custom, then we use it. This is why we should never hit this. But you never know. Might be too safe. Fucking fruit flies. Get out of here. Alright, so I want to make us do something. And now is the next impasse, really. What feeds off of the system? That's going to demand two things. First of all, I need to be able to, is it going to be a graph? Very likely. And what does that mean? Like, do I have a specific graph just about music? That's like a giant mixing thing? I can imagine that getting out of hand real quick. Unless they're somehow nested. Something has to feed off of these feelings, and it probably will be a graph. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a graph. It could be whatever makes sense, effectively. So in Unity, we have something called animation controllers. So if here's an animation controller, they look like this. And you have these different nodes they use for animations. Surprise, surprise. But this system that they used to create this is built into Unity, and you can use it for whatever you want. The idea of these, you have different animation states, and these lines are transitioning, including the blending, the crossfading effectively between animations, but they have these conditions. So I'm wondering if something similar to this makes more sense for music than a graph. Saying, here's a stem, when should I play it? And then have this, your conditional transition between the two. I can't leverage everything, although this would be great. Being able to actually define your own crossfading parameters would be pretty sweet. I could just use an animation controller, totally rip it off, but I have to keep modding in mind. This is not something I can release externally easily, so it's another tool I'd have to build from scratch. The thing about Xnode, and why we used Xnode in the first place, is it's not tied to Unity. There isn't actually a standalone build for it. A standalone tool that isn't required to run from Unity. If I introduce something like this, then I have to make sure that's the same case. I can probably replicate something just like this in Tangler, but you can't select these connections. The animator lets you set conditions on these transitions, which makes a lot of sense for, hey, only go down this route if the feeling is like this or this. Like the feeling is a certain amount of weight on this feeling and this feeling, then you should choose this one. That would be a lot trickier to do with Tangler as it exists right now. Marcus, what if you were to use a Cartesian plane and place 4 motions in the corners on the axes and move the point around to, yeah, that'd be cool. In fact, I've actually done something very similar to that for, although it was technically, what's it, 8? Is it pentagram? It was eight axes. It was based off, it was for another a game I was working on. I was the CTO of this company where we were doing very advanced emotional simulation of the characters in the game, and we used, which is what is widely accepted as kind of the 8 different axes of emotion, and one of them, for instance, is happiness and sadness, the obvious one, and they're mutually exclusive. You can't really be happy and sad at the same time. I question some of that, to be honest. I think it's a little bit, but for a simplistic simulation like that, it works. I'm not sure it works on real people, but for that it worked. And axes were great. The problem with the axes idea, which is a great idea, is it does limit you to, and this is not necessarily a bad thing, it does limit you to how many emotions you can have. So a modder can come along and add a new emotion. And that's a good. I mean, is that something that really people really actually need to mod? Is it? But it gets me thinking too about this system. While it's currently called gut and it has feelings, if you boil all that away and forget the names, what you're really looking at here is a system that has types of things with intensity and priority and metadata. I can think of a lot of uses for this system that goes beyond this emotional system. This could be used for faction affinity, for instance. You could have how liked are you by a certain faction would fit perfectly into this type of system, this pattern. So I could eventually, at some point, I'm not going to. I don't like to get too general too quickly, but this could easily be turned into something a bit more generalized that would handle that as well. But this is also why, in terms of modding, my MO when it comes to modding is don't pretend to know what the modders are going to come up with. The second you think you know what the modders are going to come up with, why are you even making a moddable game? Spawn sequence. Let's do it. I'm going to delete the whole GitHub repository. I'll let you explain that to the backers, though. I just realized something. I was staring at this little gray thing here, which means I didn't complete this. This feeling actually needs to be set. There we go. And yes, I know that means I could do this. But that's just gross. Like, new emotions might exist. I've felt new emotions over the past year and a half that I didn't realize I had. It's been a weird year and a half. New emotions might get invented. That's what I'm saying. Alright. But I guess the trick here is you don't paint yourself into a corner, or I'd like to say you don't code yourself into a corner. I am aware that this gut system could be repurposed for something else. I'm simply aware of it. If I want to get formal about it, I can throw a to-do in there. Just so I don't forget. This could definitely be made into a more general system. For things like faction affinity. I think that's the right word. That's the right word. Yeah, that's the right word. But there's no need to do it right now. I just need to be aware of it. The fact that the system could turn into something else, and just be aware of it. Because there's always a risk of overgeneralizing. It's up there with the dangers of premature optimization. Optimizing what you think might be slow without even having tested it. And realize that, like, I know for a fact, I'm going to have to be crunching these many times a frame probably. And it's going to be doing a shit ton of math and going through all this list of active feelings like all the time from various angles. And I could put a whole caching system around this. So it's like, oh, don't check this more than once per frame. Or until it changes. Or set make it so when I add a new feeling, it dirties the feeling. So it has to do another check if it's dirty. I could do all that now. No problem. But I'll spend the rest of the evening. I have absolutely no clue if it'll be slow or not. Computers are incredibly good at running through lists and doing math. That's like, it's just like one of those things I could go down that rabbit hole, but there's no point. Until I've actually discovered it's slow, which I'm pretty sure it will not be slow. It's not optimized, it's not ideal, but it won't fucking matter. It's negligible, and that's kind of what differentiates a pragmatic programmer from the holier than thou programmers. It's like, yep, you're right. It's not perfect. But guess what? It's shipped. And so far, no complaints. Alright. Back to this. So I must have an error here, or I not saved something, or something's private. That's private. Public. Oh, yeah. I hear you saying. No, that makes sense. Um, Thing is, there's also the thing too that, and that really is, I think, sequence kind of applicable in that 90%, in my experience, and these are stats I'm just making up right now, but about 90% of all code you write doesn't make it into the final product. So really just don't worry don't get hung up on the little things, because there's a good chance by the time 98.7% of all stats are made up on the spot. Just don't worry little things, because there's a good chance they'll never make it. They're just a stepping stone. They're literally just a stepping stone into something that's better. You might this whole system might never get used in the form that I'm making it now. Very good chance. You have to come to terms with the fact that most code you write will be thrown away, and you kind of have to embrace it. Like, I throw away so much code, and I've come to terms now. Like, when I delete code, it's a good thing. It's like, that means that code wasn't necessary. It was doing more than it should have done, or it was just badly, whatever. Anyway. What I want to do here is, when this event happens, I want to remove the feeling. So this is what I was going for here, is now I can say emotions remove feeling. So when the event actually occurs, this guy, I'm not even sure I need these ends nodes anymore. I think they might be useful still. I'm not quite sure. It's lots changed since then. So this is going to remove a feeling, and this thing obviously is probably private as well, isn't it? Yeah, private. Public. Marcus, actually a question for you. Cash, are you using Xnode as a visual scripting tool for other users on the team? It is very much for the designers. And when making a game of any kind, like as a programmer, your customer are the designers. Unless you're making like a little tiny little indie game, and you're gonna hard code everything, and that's fine. That's completely fine. But if you're making a game of any kind of size, and something, especially if it's going to be extensible and moddable, then you're making an engine for the designers. You're making tools so the designers can make the game out of it. I mean, that designer might end up being me. I mean, I am the lead designer as well as the lead programmer, so a lot of it will be me. So I'm making tools for myself, but I have to keep other people in mind. I want the entire team. I want everybody on the team to easily be able to say, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if we had a car that did this?" I'm like, "Sure, yeah, go ahead, make it." I want it to be easy, and when you're making tools have to be kind of fun to use, easily testable, not a hassle, not like just annoying to use. If you make the tools and like engaging and kind of fun to use, then the last people you would expect will start getting engaged in the game design process, and you basically leveraged your entire team to do design, even if they didn't expect they'd ever do that. Technical, I wouldn't go as far as technical artist, but I do believe in making tools. The UX is very important. User experience is important. I've learned that from, I don't know. Saying that, I have made connect. I have made tools I'm incredibly proud of, and they just never got used. I wrote like wiki documents on them, how to use them, video tutorials how to use them, and nobody used them. So it can go both ways. So what we have here now is, when the timeline event, this graph, when it starts, anything that changes in here, it will stay in memory. So when I add the feeling, this will be populated. This output will be populated by the feeling that's added, and then I can use it elsewhere at a later time, which is when the event actually happens. In that case, I remove the feeling. I don't like the fact that it's saying gut system feeling. Oh, I know how to fix that. Although I can't really fix it because, oh, I can. I think. If I put that means can I do it? Oh, newbie question. Can I do a toString on? I can do a toString on struct. I forgot, like, structs have been kind of promoted to first-class citizens a long time ago. You can do loads of shit on them, except for constructors, I think. Anyway, yeah, I was going to return a basically the feeling type, and hopefully, it'll give me a nicer. Hopefully, give me a nicer bit of UI here. Again, it's about the UI. You want to be able to at a glance see what's going on here. So hopefully, I'll see. Feeling blank. Ooh. So the feeling will be blank because the feeling type has not been set yet, of course, because the feeling hasn't been actually created. Now, this is something I cannot get around. This is a runtime problem. Until this thing's actually executed, there is no feeling, so it can't confirm or it doesn't know what type it is yet. Which, if you think about it, makes sense because this feeling type could be fed from somewhere else. So this graph has no way of knowing at design time that this has been set there, which sounds like it should be an easy fix, but it's a lot more than that because of the way that Xnode works, and it's one of those rabbit holes I don't really want to go into right now. And all this is with the knowledge in mind that I will be redeveloping this as an external tool, so everybody can use it. And so these are the kind of things I'm not basically trying not to sweat it on too much, like the fact that I can't see what that feeling is because the toString is not running at runtime or editor time. So I'm not going to sweat it, but now we have a slice that adds a feeling. Next step, I could debug the hell out of this thing. Choose your testing battlegrounds carefully. I could put this straight into combat. I mean, I can start testing in the combat scene, but there's already enough, especially in the state we left now, because the timeline's being completely restructured right now. The combat scene is not. It's like your friend comes around and say, "Hey, that hot rod you're working on, hey, how's it looking?" And you take him to the garage and say, "There it is," and it's just a pile of parts on the floor. It's like, yep, that's the combat scene right now. So you don't use a scene like that. You make a brand new scene, squeaky clean. And we call it emotional playground. Why not? And I've already decided that the gut system is going to be, well, it's got to be core. It's actually got to be in core. But I am going to put it in here, but I'm not going to use it from there. The core system is where everything gets launched from. So this will be really not a lot in here. This is going to get a bit busier later. This will be gut system. OCD. There's no reason I should put that at 0, but I'm going to gut. There it is. So I'll just grab that, but I'm also going to put it in my standalone scene here. Let's just make this a solid color. My favorite testing color is Hacker Green. Hacker Terminal Green, and now I'm going to have a bunch of buttons to test this thing in the simplest way I can. So I'll have a add feeling Pertan. Yes, go right ahead, but before you start using it, hit me up, because I got some hard-learned lessons that you might want to hear about Xnode. What you're seeing of me using it is nothing like what it comes out of the box. I'm more than happy to share some of the code that I've worked on for Xnode, if I can pry it from Tangletorn's hands, but it was never designed to be run at runtime. It was designed to be using for like making shaders and stuff. So it'd be only ever calculated at editor time. Tangletorn's guts, yeah. All right, what I want to do here is be able to add feeling button. And I'm gonna make a little drop down. Little what are they called? Yeah, drop down. Everything's very small. It's okay. change this to that. The drop down will be feeling drop down. So now I need some more scripts. UI menu. I'll just make a whole testing folder. I'm gonna be making a bunch of testing UI, and we'll have a feeling drop down. I'm actually going somewhere with this. Pretend. Honestly, every time I work, yeah. Hit me up anyway, and I'll give you some pointers on what it can and cannot do, and yeah, it's an interesting code base. It's pretty involved, and it's saying that I'm using it's open source, and the version that we're kind of locked into, we kind of forked from it a long time ago, and there's no easy way of kind of merging in or whatever the latest is. I honestly haven't checked like what they may or may not have added. So it's possible that their newer version has some real-time aspects. I haven't really kept up with it because regardless of how much they added, we added more, so we can't release it. All right, this guy's gonna go in here, and let's move it up a bit. Oop. See you, mate. Add feeling drop down. Add feeling, and I'm gonna have a new thing called gut debug. So if you've had a really bad meal, you're like, you know what I need right now? I need to debug my guts. This is just going to display all the active feelings like on the side and text, so I can switch this on and off when I need to. Get that Pepto in you. I need my Tums. So gut debug. We'll hit up the debug system. Let's move this guy up here somewhere. And then we have a button. This is annoying me already, even though it's totally just a debug soon. 10. Whatever. Don't get caught up in it. Can't go wrong with a font though. Yeah. Yeah. Holy crap. There's a lot going on here. Good enough. Don't get caught up in UI. It's been too many years as a UI programmer. Hey Daw, how's it going? Thank you for maintaining the 3 viewer number. Someone left and just popped in. Perfect. Alright, feeling drop down is going to populate this dude. It's not going to have any options in it initially. And this is only going to work for the enums. That's completely fine. This is just for testing. Doesn't matter. So when this thing wakes up, I'm going to probably store the drop down. TMP drop down, yeah. And populate it. I don't usually comment this kind of code. It's pretty. Oh, this kind of code's not really. It's just testing throwaway code. Speaking of rabbit hole, audio mastering. Yep. I guess you apply that to anything, depending on how much of a perfectionist you are. For each bar, look at this loop. Feeling in feeling type dot. Wait, I want enum dot get. Import that. I want enum dot get values. Is it get values or get names? I think it's get names, but I don't know if it is. It is actually. I remember how to do it. I remember how to do this. I know what I'm doing. So for each feeling name, in all of those different feeling types, which is still a small list, but there they are. We can even leave out custom. I'll leave out custom for now. By doing aware feeling name, feeling it's not equal custom customer. Too much business programming. Ooh. Yeah, okay. So this will be all of the legit ones. So we'll just say drop down dot options. Actually, this should be list of option data. So this is actually going to equal a see some fancy code here. Ooh, let's one line this guy. I'm also going to make sure to clear options just in case. So now we're going to select from this list. Again, feeling name. New option data, what it's called. Option data. That one. Hold on. Oh, why did they make their own class if that's not a thing? They never used it. That's strange. Please tell me that you're a... Of course you don't. They're privates too. Shit. Okay, fuck. This one... Does it have a constructor? Surely it does. No. Oh, yeah, it does. Perfect. Undo, 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 undo. New option data from there, and it will just take the feeling name dot to list. What am I inside here? One more? Nope. Dot to. Oh, I was too impatient. Two lists. Okay, what's wrong with this? UI up there. Oh, it is actually a TMP. What the fuck, man? That's weird. Oh, no, I'm blind. I didn't, yeah, okay. My bad. There we go. So that should give me all the options, and now I just need to check if it's been changed. So that will be, I believe, the drop down dot on, what is it? Where's our, here we go. On, why did that not show up? On value change plus equals, oh, sorry, add listener. On value, add listener. This will be our index. So we'll have current, a new index, and we'll make our current index. What's the new index? Bloody flies. Let's make this guy. And now we'll be able to, this thing will be able to be asked public feeling type. Now it's going to be string of feeling type, and that's a get only property. That's just going to spit out the current index, so it'll be on these options actually need to go somewhere. So var options need to be stored, and I'm not going to store all of them. I'm just going to want those. Sorry, not all of them. I don't want to convert them. I want them to just be a list of strings. We don't need to create that because it's about to be made here, and this needs to be a dot to list. And now here I can do the options and just do my select conversion. And now when I ask for the feeling type, it says, yo, options, basically give me the options of the current index. And I think we're dance. I think we're good. I think. So something wants to talk to this guy, and it's gonna be that add button. So the gut system, add feeling button's gonna have to unfortunately have its own script. As simple as it looks, it's gonna need its own script. I can't do this with a Unity event, unfortunately. Add feeling button. Yeah, it's not quite as straightforward enough. Okay, finish compiling. Boop. And there. Add feeling button. Going in. Namespace. Awake. Get component button. On click dot add listener. Delegate this. Okay, what it's gonna do is say yo gut dot add feeling, and the feeling type is going to be coming from the connected feeling dropdown dot feeling type. That's going to be a serializable feeling dropdown. It's also going to want whatever we decide these are. So it's going to be probably make these text inputs. Yes. So this would be intensity input dot text, and we'll do an int 32. Sorry, that's a float, isn't it? Float dot convert. No. Convert dot float to float. Why is there not a to float? It's too single. Is it too single? It is too single. You just settle on a bloody language here, and this will be our another drop down. Yay! Fuck. Oh no, sequence. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Gone already. Demoted. We got a core team here. Marcus and Daw. Haven't heard from Ninetails yet today. It's a Sunday. People use Sundays for things apparently, other than programming. Who knew? Okay, this is gonna be another drop down, unfortunately. It blows. Still suck. Ugh. Feeling priority. Drop down. Blah. I'll be a monitor behavior. I'm gonna rip off this completely. Okay, I am gonna take a moment to get a bit technical here, because mostly sometimes it's nice to flex the old programming muscles. And this is gonna be, because I have two things that need to do the same thing. This is a drop down for feelings. This is a drop down for feeling priorities. So why make the same thing twice when I can instead have a enum drop down, and it will take a generic, which will be in this case feeling type. So what does this mean? What does it mean for us when we do this? We make a class that takes T. Oh, and what's T? Well, it's an enum. And that means we need a this, and a this, and a this, and this, but this is different. This is now going to be, well, this needs to be a serialized. No, we don't. We're grabbing that in our awake, aren't we? We need most of this. I have no idea. Marcus, it makes no sense. This thing is actually a monitor behavior. But this thing is returning a T now. And the T is options that, and that's mostly it. So T is going to want some restriction, isn't it? Whoops. Value is a T. There we go. And that's not going to work because this wants to be a T as well. Except I can't pull from that because this is type of T. Okay, slowly. Enum. Can I make a restriction on T? Where T enum? Can I do that? Oh, I can. Oh. Keep forgetting that enum's like a legit class now. We don't know how. See how that pans out. So enum's get type of T, where enum name. Don't need this anymore. Probably should have an exclude of some kind. Well, we'll ignore that for now. The options are just going to be literally just that. Now it's complaining because it's not a type T. Of course it isn't, because the options actually do have to be strings. So these are actually they are actually strings. But when I convert back to them here, we have value. Assuming it's an enum, we can do enum dot get. Damn, how does this work? Shit. Damn it. I've done this before. What am I doing? I have to Google. This is a newbie Google. C# enum. String to enum. Parse. Parse. Yeah. So you parse will take a string. Could be our options string. What does parse want? Oh, parse needs a type. Oops. Type first, a type of T again. Don't complain because it's not a T. Cannot convert object. Okay, yeah. Oh, please work. I still know how to program. Neat. So you have an enums drop down and everything's kind of sweet. So that means this code here, we'll throw this off in. This is the kind of stuff I should probably put into like some wiki somewhere, like the Unity wiki. Some other poor sod can use it. So then just put its own file. Sure. And feeling drop down now doesn't have any of this code. It's just a enum drop down, a feeling type. And now the other one, which is, wait, I was making that other one. Where did I put it? There was enum, and then there was feeling priority. Priority. Drop down. So it doesn't support custom stuff. I understand that. Fine. And that's the file. What's it bitching about? Public class. Oh. Whoops. I did put it somewhere. Right. It was in the button. I'll put it somewhere. So we have the two drop downs now. It's complaining because I named the same thing, feeling priority. Lovely. And now this would be value. So that should be a feeling. Don't say T. Don't say T. It's a feeling type. Why is it not recognizing that? It should not say T. It should. Is my IntelliSense failing me here? Yeah, it might. Oh, I think it's confused because it doesn't know which of these overrides to use. So it's like, you know, it could be it could be either one of these. I think. Then we have intensity input text. We'll make that a thing. So it'll be a TMP input field. We'll have another one for the. No wait, I did a priority already, didn't we? Intensity is going to be a sure, and then this is going to be our feeling priority dot value. No errors, dandy. So when we click on this, that's going to give us a log. Good. We should see a log and nothing else. And I'll come back to it. There's a few things to wire up first. I need some inputs for the intensity and another drop down for the priority. And these guys need feeding them to them. So we need another drop down. I'm gonna make this into a I'm gonna make a new parent for these dudes and call this buttons. No, form, whatever. I'm gonna make this a vertical layout group so I don't have to hassle. Don't have to hassle myself. And we'll just make it like this. Whatever. And we'll have it center. Now we'll have feeling drop down. That's that. And we'll have another one of them. That's going to be the feeling priority. Drop down. Totally different on thing. That. Add the thing. Feeling. Add button. Now it needs to know about the feeling drop down. Oh yeah, we need intensity input, so we'll have another input field, TMP Pro, close intensity input, put it there. We'll give it some placeholder text, intensity, and call it, that's fine. So the add feeling button needs to know about that. And I don't know if I can make this only want numbers. Decimal number, there we go. All right, it's hideous. I love it. Let's go. Roke's gonna celebrate with a cigarette. Okay, I want to add calm. So much calm. Like calm me up. Wonderful. It works. This came out of the gut system. So that's just the feeding into it part. So again, choose your battles. This is a super simple test system. The next part's gonna be displaying. I'll leave this in here for now. Displaying will be active shit, which I'll do after my smoke, and then having something react to it. That's gonna be the fun part. That's where the math comes in. The beginning of the math. It's like I need to know, should I do a thing? Like I want to be able to say to the gut system, like, hey, I should happen under these conditions. Here are my conditions. Should I happen or not? And the gut system will do all the math, look at all the active feelings and so on, and say in priorities and everything, and say yep or nope. And I need to have a smoke. I'll be right back, guys. Oh. Fucking lapel mics. My God. Every time. Totally gonna break this thing. Be right back. Hello. He's still here. Oh, we're down to 2. Oh no. Let's see. Bloody lapel mic. Thanks, Marcus. Alright. See how this badly this breaks when I hit run. This. I'm sure I forgot to wire something up. Always do. Oh wait, I tested this already. Yes. Okay. So I was gonna make a little debug display. So I'm gonna make this guy. Already made the class. It's not doing anything yet. Pretty straightforward. Pretty much gonna use the ugly on-GUI thing, and we'll make a new GUI layout dot begin area. And I want this to be. We're gonna be using this in the actual game, so I can't remember where I put all my debug stuff. I think the bottom right's more or less free, so I'm probably gonna end up with the bottom right. So it'll be screen width minus, I guess, some space, and that'll be screen height minus. I think I'm gonna put this at the top. I know it's gonna sit on top of stuff, but that's okay. 300 width and the screen height. Okay. Oh yeah, it's a new rect. Really? Yeah. Okay. New rect. And then we have a GUI layout dot end area, and everything goes in here. So this is going to be basically a list of all the active effects. So I'll have a little GUI layout dot label saying probably the gut num active. I shall just go with active feelings dot count active feelings, and then we just loop them all. So for each var feeling in gut dot active feelings, make this thing finally. That's just going to return the active feelings. Active feeling. Oh yeah, it's static, isn't it? So it needs to be current dot active feelings. Space that out. It's gonna want link count, not Oh, it's an enumerable of no. It's gonna be a list. Hey. Oh no. I forgot how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna butcher it again. Shro or shrew? Shro. Shro. Scro. Shro. Fuck's sake. Please correct me. And GUI layout label, and this is going to be the feeling name dot type and some just like the intensity and priority. I'll ignore the metadata for now. All right. So we should be able to see when we add a feeling. Whoa. Yeah. First time I got it right. Don't second guess yourself, Cash. How you doing? Making a new system called the Gut system. It's an emotional engine. Which is going to be driving how the music and visual effects and everything pan out based on how the player should hopefully be feeling. If I add this, there we go. Okay, I messed up this thing here. And I fucked up the end bracket. Parentheses. To be active feelings dot count. Three printing. Yeah, what are you making? I've been doing a lot of 3D printing recently. I'm trying to start a little bit of a side business. I've been starting to sell these little dudes. I did not make this model. It was Creative Commons. You might have seen it. The guy who made it released it on do whatever the fuck you want with the license. So I've been selling them through a shop on commission. The little slugs, the articulated slugs. But this is I'll show you. This is heat responsive. Let me see my camera so I can show you what I'm properly doing. This is heat reactive. So it reacts to your fingers. And I also have them in green. And these guys turn like this wonderful yellow. And yeah, I'm making those, but I was thinking about getting into doing like Nerf gun mods. Seems to be a big crowd for that. And I bought a bunch of Nerf guns. I have like all the most popular Nerf guns. It's like a box of fucking Nerf guns. And gonna make 3D printed accessories, which are just totally ridiculous accessories. Just like a giant like extendable telescope for its scope, or I don't know, furry dice holders. Just like stupid stuff. Alright, let's see if this works. Okay, this is already pissing me off. If I have to type something, I'm gonna make this star as one. Okay, one active feeling. So that system worked great. Now I need something to feed off of this. Yeah, 3D printing's got quite the learning curve. I'm using show you actually. I'm still using like this guy down here. An Ender 3, Creality Ender 3. It's like the one that everybody has. Like the most common printer, but it's a workhorse. I need something that feeds off this feelings, and I want it to be. Do I have a music system already that could be used? I think there's a music manager. No. Maybe I don't. Music engine. Where does that live? Oh, it's under emotion. Oh no, I made an emotion engine already. I have no idea what that was being used for. That's probably old throwaway code for now. But I have a music engine, and what's this capable of? What can this do? Alright, subscribing to these. This is not the way I really want this to work now. I would prefer that the music engine is constantly checking the gut system. Oh no, resin. Alright. I don't want to be like one of those worry warts or anything, but gotta watch yourself with the resin, because I've learned that you can develop a lifelong allergy to the resin if you're exposed to it too much, which there is no cure for. I mean, it's not gonna kill you. It just means that anytime you encounter liquid resin, then you'll break out in a mess. So I have a resin printer too. I haven't fired it up yet and used it. I got it off a friend. But we're going to keep that printing in our storage unit, which is attached to the house. I even put together a night vision Raspberry Pi driven camera, and I've 3D CAD designed a tripod for it, so I can keep an eye on prints out there in the dark and cancel them if bad things happen. Just hit the breaker. The resin prints are amazing. Like, resolution you can get is nuts. Oh, okay. I don't really want to. Oof. I don't want to use this. I've spent a lot of time making this thing, but I don't really want. So I'm not going. I'm going to use something that instead is totally a test kind of thing, and I'll incorporate it back into this. Lesson number 1,000,000, my experience in game development. If you have some code that you only just started on like this is only just getting started, don't try to force it into using a new system. Just make a new one and see what overlaps you have. When you have the overlaps, you rewrite the original system to use those overlaps. Don't try to fight your code, especially when you're just testing out new ideas. On that note, I'm going to make a new music system. And maybe come with a better name than that. Let me know. Yeah, double glove your hands. That's smart. I was just gonna use one. Yeah, we have a small dog here too. It's my partner's got a little Pomeranian, and we don't want him getting old. He's allergic to literally fucking everything because purebreds. So, going to keep it well away from dogs and little critters. I don't think the reptiles will care. Also, apparently it stinks a little bit. Again, I've not done any resin printing, so looking forward to it. Ooh, okay, I'll put this in testing. Should I put it in testing? No, it's gotta have some confidence that it might exist beyond that. So we'll put it in managers. And the old one is called Music Engine. I'll just call it Music. Maybe I come up with a name for the Music Engine. I'll use it in the code and I'll give you a credit, a rubber ducky credit. Music Engine. I call it Muzak because everybody loves elevator music. But it definitely needs to be in audio. Muzak. Gotta have a bit of fun with your naming sometimes. Muzak. Oh, I don't actually like that. I don't like looking at that word. Yeah, I've heard that even FDM printers, like normal printers, the little like tiny little microparticles. Again, 3D printers are so new that in the grand scheme of things, and people don't really know what the long-term effects are. So even with tiny little printers, like normal FDM printers, you probably should have a respirator or something like that. Although everybody would probably laugh at you and say it's not necessary, but you know, I do have a gas mask lying around here, so I might as well use it. I'm totally guilty of being right up in that first layer, like, come on, are you okay? Basically breathing those fumes in. Music manager. Okay, I can't come up with a good name right now. I'll have to do. I know what it does. So music manager. This is going to be interesting to program because it's going to have to constantly check. I guess in an update. How's this going to work? Ask the gut system. Okay, this could be interesting. Do I provide the gut system with like a series of? I think I will present the gut system, like your gut feelings. I present the gut system with some potential options. Because the music's, depending what's actually playing, there's only going to be a limited number of stems or loops that are applicable in that case. So I present the gut system with some choices, and it gives me the choice that it thinks is most appropriate right now, and that's the next loop or sample or stem I play. So this is our top-down programming hat here. Ask the gut system what the most appropriate music option is right now. And I should probably only do that if the current, this is where the priority system is going to play. I'm just going to wing this for now. There's definitely a lot of things that come into play here, but I'm just going to just roll with it for now and see what sticks. So if the current playing stem is about to end, so for right now, I'm just going to have one stem playing. No, I can do better than that. If any of the currently playing stems are about to end, so what I'll do is, let's keep this in comments for now. Well, that's going to be this. Ask the gut system when the music, the most appropriate next music stem option is. This is where we're crossing systems, so this is a really important boundary to get right. I'm going to ignore the first bit for now and just stick with one stem. And so that's comment's not going to be so. Well, actually, I do want to know if one's about to end. So the comment will be completely inaccurate. So okay. So if the currently playing stem is about to end, so I'll have if. How can I be using this audio source? I suppose. How do I do it in here? Stem has the clip. The audio source is a pool. Right, I used pools for this. Did I write this? This looks like my code. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely looks like my code. I can't remember what I wrote most of the time. So we will use a pool. Yeah, this is mine. I will use this init audio source. So I'm going to be tearing some bits out of here. So we're going to want, that's an awful name. Why did I call it that? Why did I call it that? Pooled audio sources, obviously. All right, I'm going to steal that. And I'm going to want to know, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here I do want to use. Can I just, Well, one of these two is definitely gonna be tossed away. So I'll just copy and paste what I need, and one of them will just go away. Probably the one I'm writing. This one probably, sorry, will probably go. Music stem. Let's give it a name. So the stems are probably gonna want like some kind of emotion metadata attached to them. Like this stem is calm. This stem is anticipation or danger or hope or whatever emotions like that. And then probably weighted as well. So like this one's like, 50% hope, 100% calm or something. And that's basically what the gut engine is going to use to return the most appropriate thing. Because I give it these options. So I'm gonna code most of this from scratch because it's gonna be too different. But this, at least this playing part here, get free for use, extend pool, new. Wait, you can't do. Why is this called a pooled mon? Man, I named badly during this dev session. That's not a pooled anything. Pooled mono behavior. It's not even a mono behavior. This is a pooled object. Well, technically, it's a pooled behavior. So I guess I was kind of along the right lines. But this is not... Mono behavior comes from behavior. It's a bit different. So... I will call this probably just something a bit more... pooled object. Hopefully it doesn't clash with anything. Pooled objects. Alright, object pool. That's really what it is. So we have an object pool of audio sources called pooled audio sources. And the current stem. Alright. Can I check if any of these are about to end? Alright. Stop trying to copy code and read. There's no harm in rewriting stuff. So you should get it better the second time. Alright. If any of the audio sources are about to finish playing. This is also already wrong because I don't care if they're about to finish playing. I want to know, like, I want to be able to interrupt them. So let's think here. Let's think. Okay. Well, I do still want to know when one's about to finish. But there's going to be some more to it than that. There's going to be interrupting. So for each audio source, I should be able to iterate over that. Which means I should be able to... I might as well... Object pools are hella important, so I might as well make this thing a enumerator. Why is that not giving me an error? It should be giving me an error that needs these. Why is it not giving me an error? It's behavior an enumerator? No. Why? Oh, shit. That's in my where. Whoops. This is an enumerator. And that's the where. Comma. Fuck's sake. Sorry. There we go. And now I get my proper error. So give me the things. He wants move next and current and all that. So that's gonna be my objects. So move next, I guess, would be increase some kind of current index. Whoa. I'm just gonna mute Telegram. It's hella noisy. I love how the fact that I just went through all the effort of trying to get my sound set up, hopefully to work nicely with music, and I haven't played any music yet. If I sound weird, it's because I turned off like literally every noise cancellation setting that Discord has to offer. So it might sound weird, who knows. Alright, so my current index will be increased. And if I haven't written an enumerator in a while, so if the current index is greater than or equal to the object's length count, then return, well, that actually will be the return if it's less than, then return that. It means I still have a ways to go. Reset current index 0 and the current will just be objects current index. Now, ideally, it'd be nice if that wasn't a. All right, because like I enumerator can also be a T. Oh, getting fancy. It should just mean that I need to change this to a T. Is it not? Oh. Dispose now is needed. Interesting. That one's fine. Where'd this come from? Right, let me just have it actually tell me what it needs. You mean what you want? Oh, it wants two currents. Oh, it does need one that's an object, but it also wants one that, okay. Okay, so that's, yep, okay. So yeah, I just need dispose. For some reason it wants a, basically an object version, which is kind of weird. It makes sense. What happened to current? Right, yeah, T currents, that goes there. There's our properties, more properties, good, good, good. And dispose. Honestly, kind of curious what it wants. What it wants me to do with that. C# I enumerator. Dispose. Does it want me to, like, is this for clearing individual objects? What does it want me to do? Oh, okay, yeah. This is for like, yeah. This is for closing down like any kind of resources using like database connections and whatnot. For us, that's nothing for us. So that should allow me to loop over it now. So in Music Manager, I should. Because it neither implements enumerable, not enumerator. Cash, you fucking idiot. Enumerable. Enumerable. God damn. Which just means all this shit's garbage. Pulling all this shit out. Oops. I think most of it's gonna be shared, but always got those two mixed up. What do you want? What do you want? Oh, that's it. Oh, it does want the enumerator. Thank God. Okay, so I do need all this shit. It needs to be both an enumerator and an enumerable and an enumerator of T. Oh yeah, it wants this. Probably. What else is it missing? Fuck's sake. What? I thought I had that. Oh, I must have deleted it. Okay, there it is. So now I can do both and get enumerator. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Return this. This is an enumerator. Sure. God, messy. And that will loop now, though. Right, now we need to figure out if each one, any of them, it's about to end. How the hell do I search that? If I want to know the current playtime, the current time, playback position seconds. If the Eesh, this is gonna get ugly. How can I simplify this for now? If the current playtime is, because I want to basically queue the next one up so that the memory has a chance to do its thing. While I'm here, if the total time, which would be audio source dot clip dot length minus how far along it is less than or equal to the almost finished time threshold. Always use long names if you're not quite sure. We'll make this like half a second for now. Maybe a float. And so at that point, we know we're about to finish this thing. So assuming something's playing, if we're not playing anything, then that's a whole nother story, but we'll get to that in a second. Actually, that's probably the smarter thing to do first. I'll just take this out of the equation for a second. And basically, if nothing is currently playing, you know, it should always be playing music. It doesn't even always play music. But for testing purposes, it's fine. Like that's an easy enough thing to add. So if nothing's currently playing, so if pooled audio sources, what's the smart way of doing this? If the pooled audio sources, can I just check it? No. Let's do count 0. It's legit, or any, as it would want me to do. Not any. If nothing is currently playing, now we'll do this guy. Just want to get something working. Once you get something rolling, it kind of flows. So now I need to give it options. So let me write top down this thing. So gut dot get best option. Yeah. And this will take a new what's this going to be? Like a I call it a gut option. It's a dumb name. I'll probably replace it. But this is going to be, has to basically line up with gut. Has to line up with these dudes. So bring those in as some reference. Can't do a fly. Let's reference this. So I'm staring at it. So okay. So its best option it's going to need to take give me an array of options, which let's put some of these guys in here. So the options are going to need to have like a series of weights. So one option would be a good option if you're feeling hopeful and calm, or if you're feeling apprehensive and like something like intense, something, and those are different options, and you would choose the one most appropriate. So it's going to need a list of each one of these options. I'm just going to kind of hard code them for now, just to get a feel of what this looks like. So the option is going to have, I guess, weights. And these will be also another feeling weight. An array of those. Start creating some of these things. So feeling weight's gonna have the public string feeling type. Feeling type, we got a property. And probably just a weight. I think it's, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna bring this over into gut. So now weights can be created. Got options, definitely going to be serializable at some point so we can see it in the inspector. That's what I was hoping for. Now the weights, I'm hoping I can just do this. Damn. I was really hoping this was just gonna let me do it with a bit more syntactic sugar. It is slowly. So this feeling type is going to be, has to be a string, but I'm going to use name of instead. Oh, hang on. Name of doesn't work like that. Enum.get name. Whew, this is gross, but kind of necessary. This will probably go anyway, this code, but this is going to be a type of feeling type, and the value will be feeling type dot. So we'll give it two options. Yeah, we'll give it two options. One's going to be, I have a good idea of how this is going to pan out actually. So one will be a calm option, and that's here, and it's also going to have a weight of 1. Let's keep it simple. We'll keep it simple with just 1 for now. And then that's the weights. And this is going to be the kind of cool part, I think, at least, is on selected. I want to go with on selected, and I'll make that a delegate. That will be a delegate. So when this, if this gets chosen, then we say, yo, basically I want to play it. So I want to, that's definitely going to be in the method. So play clip. That'll get renamed for sure. Oh, this is going to be hard coded for now. Com clip. Yeah, this will definitely get renamed. This will be an audio clip. I'll make that guy a com clip, and we'll also have a, what other emotions do we have here? Anticipation. We'll go with anticipation. Not that I have anything particularly suitable at the moment. I've only got a few tracks to pick from. So I need to make that method. This is where all the math happens. So that's our first option. So this will be the, this will be completely data driven. This is not going to be hard coded like this, which is why I don't feel bad about being clunky. This will be the com option. And we'll have another one. Should be the anticipation option. And this one's going to be feeling type anticipation, wait 1. And when it plays that, it'll be the anticipation clip. Let's make this thing work. This will basically get the next available audio source. Get free for use. Definitely going to want to use this the same way that audio engine was. Used music engine. Sticks on the same game object, but this is what I want. This guy. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know if I can be bothered with mixer groups right now. Actually, I don't think I need either of these. For testing, I don't need either one of these, but I will bring in that and just not do anything right now. This is going to want the game object to attach it to, which is this. Eventually, I probably want to branch it out so it's easier to see what's going on. And then I'll take the init audio source. So it's going to grab a free one of those for use. We'll call this var free audio source. And then free audio source dot clip equals clip, and free audio source dot play. And I guess just let's hard code it right now, not to loop. Actually, that should be in here. Louts. Let's get some logging in here. Playing audio clip name. You know, you guys still alive out there? Am I boring you guys to death yet? The brains. Excellent. 2 damn brains. Yeah. Excellent. Right, now this is it. I don't even need, but I do. Now I've got this best option down here. I'm like, yo, best option, execute. Now I can see this thing being all kinds of interesting. I'm already imagining these options being, oh yeah, I can totally see this being something like a music option. That's why I don't like, oh no, what code are you writing right now, Marcus? Don't like the name got option, because really these are possibilities, really, which is the same thing as an option. While we play our chess game, which part are you struggling with? Totally see these things being like, I totally see this being something like, hey, I'm a music option, which is a terrible name too, but it's the best I can think of right now. And that would take, still take the weights. But it wouldn't need to take, it can take the music manager in a constructor. So I make this dude. Markets. Encountering some issues with connecting to the rooms. Oh, using pun, huh? Or what issues you running into? You got option. room-based room-based. Okay. I've done a fair bit of work with pun. I probably might be able to give you a hand. So this dude just streamlines things a bit. So now we have still being on selected though. Well, now this is its own thing. You can say, hey, yo, has a clip, and the clip will be the calm clip. Yeah. So now they're a little bit more flexible. Yeah. So now the next one would be a music option that takes this. Doesn't need this guy anymore. Because the idea is, use this. The idea is when these guys are executed, so our base class gut option, where'd gut option go? I was down here probably. The gut option is gonna have, well, first of all, it's abstract. And it's gonna need this could be an interface, to be honest. Kind of prefer this to be an interface. Kind of what they're for, to be honest. And now it forces me to implement those. I mean, it can be a base class too. Does it need to be an interface? It doesn't need to be. Okay, I can't. I can't see a pressing abstract basis forward. Fine, I can't justify interface. It doesn't. There's no design patterns that need it. So now this thing's gonna have to have though a execute. Why is this thing still? Because it doesn't know what this is, right? Because this method doesn't exist. Oh, okay. This needs to spit out one of the gut options. And what it does is, who knows? I'll get back to you. And this can go away. And now we have an execute, which can go on to the abstract. So now it needs to be into by this. And for this, it makes sense that the music manager dot. Do I have a play? I do. It's private, doesn't it? Yeah, public. I've been following along with the tutorial on YouTube. It seems I as well was a handful of people who got to the point when they encountered a similar connected master. Oh. Okay. It's been a pleasure, mate. Hit me up if you're still stuck in the future, because I've dealt with the play issues. I check your regions. The obvious stuff would be, I guess, regions, firewall, and your app settings, your app key. I mean, you've seen all this stuff already. You followed the tutorial, so let me know how it goes. I'll give you a hand if you. I'll try to give you a hand if you want it. But have a lovely evening. Play clip. Which clip? This clip. Peace. Have a good night. And then there was 2. Alright, I'm going to start moving these into folders. Where are we at? Audio. Yeah, that can go there. Instant regret. Music option. It should probably live with these flies. I swear to God, I'm going to get pretty... Ooh, need a taser. Actually, I do have a electric fly swatter. I need to give them something more tempting than all the amazing colorful lights. Okay. Oh, I just hit my knuckle with my ring. I deserve that. Alright, execute. I moved. This also needs to go to the gut system. This is just reference I don't need anymore right now. That's the same shit. Execute the music option. Play it. Okay. This is all bullshit right now. But to see what happens, I'm just gonna return the well, first of all, make sure some options were given. So if not options dot, well, if options length, then explode. Big bada boom. I got really nothing to say, but that's like shouldn't happen. Asked the gut system for the best option of no options. You fucking idiot. And then I'll just return the first one. For now. Because this is gonna be do all the math. Oh, what's this one do? Oh, I see what you did. Oh. What was this complaining about? Covariance? I hear you. And you're right, it should be... This is where an interface would be better. An interface would not give me that fucking shit. Oh, this is wrong. Anticipation. Let's get something working. I want to get something working. And no, I'm not going to invert that. Okay. Let's just see what Unity's got going on. So it could explode. I need to have a... Basically, if it's not playing anything, play something. And that gets a free one for you, sets it up and plays it. And they're not set to loop. So when this thing runs out, what I absolutely would love if, and this is a case of Unity, unfortunately, buying an engine. Well, actually, it's not buying an engine. They use Fmod under the hood, or they used to. So they couldn't go ahead and say, hey, like they couldn't go ahead and add. Oh, hang on a second. What am I talking about? I can. I'm a programmer. I forgot. These audio sources, if these aren't sealed, fuck you. Why do you do this to me? I'll never understand when people seal classes. Sealed classes means I cannot add functionality to the class. I could have completely added a new functionality saying, hey, audio source, are you done? Or just like add a new functionality. But they sealed it, so I can't do shit. Fuck, okay. Let's do it the fucking hard way. What's actually logically happening here? If nothing's playing, so at the very start, when I run this code for the first time, it will get the best option immediately. But I've not fed any emotions into this yet. So for now, I'm actually going to make this guy something I trigger with a button. So play best music clip. So we'll run this from a button. So toss the button down. This way I can set up some emotions first and then test it. So I'm gonna throw a new button in there. There, fine. Play music button. Play fast music. And that will be wired up to my music system. Wow, I haven't even actually added my music system to the music manager. Right, get to choose some music. You guys get to hear some music. Wait. Where is the music? Sounds, music, areas, forest battles, stems. So which one? I don't know if you guys can still hear this. Let me know, whoever's still there. Yeah, I wouldn't call that anticipation. This is a bit more anticipation. I only got 3 to choose from right now, so I'm just going to roll with it. This one I think should be ambient. It's not really calm, is it? Yeah, no, I was fucking around with it. I need to figure out better ways of streaming. When Jib starts streaming some of his music stuff, hopefully, at some point, then I'll just pick his brains at how he managed to make it work well with Discord. Okay, I don't think it's calm. But check it out. No offense to Jib, but his music is too it's too expressive. I need something that's not expressive enough. But I did subscribe to this nice website. It's called Soundstripe. It's called Soundstripe. Yeah. And I should make more use of it. It's fantastic. It's the best thing. Man, it seems to be down. Oh, right there. It's royalty-free music. You pay a subscription and you get full royalty music, sound effects. It's great. And it's got full stems. So you can choose by mood. So I can go with calm. Well, actually, kind of what I want is something that's got a bit of. They show you like your moods here too, which is great. I want something that's got a bit of build up. They are kind of like music tracks. They're not really meant for looping, so they're good for like making videos and stuff. But not. But you know, we're not going to be using this stuff in Tangletorn because we have an amazing composer. So I want to find something that has. Oh shit, that's loud. Oh, pro tip, this website you can play all the previews. You can't download them and use them legally, but it makes an amazing little radio station because you can basically go by mood and it'll just play a whole bunch of songs in that mood. So, it's actually better than Spotify for that kind of thing. Okay, that's totally not Tangletorny. Okay, I'm just gonna go with what I've got sitting here already. Let's not mess about it too much. So the calmest thing I've got. That one's buildy uppy. That's pretty calm. Melody 1. Yeah, okay. Melody 1 can be calm. So, where's my music manager? It needs Melody 1 can be calm and anticipation. I think probably the backing track. Yeah, backing track, surprisingly, it's pretty anticipatory. And I don't even know if I'm using this variable anywhere. I'm not. I probably will soon. So, you just need to wire up this play button to hit up the music manager's play best music clip. When I punch that, it will, for now, should immediately, I'm sure I'll get a few bugs because I haven't used the pooling system in a while. It should just play the first option that I give it, which should be the calm one. So I haven't done any of the math yet. That's next. After a cigarette, if this works. So it doesn't really matter what feelings are there. So it's playing melody 1, which I believe was the calm one. Yep, so that's working fine. Now we just kind of need to do the math. Like, this needs to do something here. So all the options have these weights. So I kind of need to, this is the kind of stuff that can mess with your head. You gotta be, like, when you're approaching an algorithm like this, you gotta kind of take it slow and do it all in plain English. So I'm gonna go have a cigarette quickly and try to plan this algorithm out in my head a little bit. And I'll be right back. Ew. Ah, right. I have some ideas how to do this, but I'm going to try to keep this simple for now because a lot's going to be added to this. This is going to be something that's going to grow, so I'm going to keep it pretty simple for now. So basically, I want to rank these emotions. So I'm probably going to make a list. Ranked options. And this will be the options dot sort by descending. Sorry, order by descending. And it'll take each option and figure some stuff out. So this is going to basically return some math. And it's going to basically on what feeling we have right now, what the current emotional state is, active feelings. So I'm thinking something like this to keep it really simple right now. What's this complaining about? That's not done yet, that's why. Actually, this can probably be first. This could probably be the best option. In fact, I could just return that. So this is basically going to return a number for each option. And the higher that number, the higher up in the list it is. So what I'm probably going to do is take the options weights and sum. Can I use option again? I can't, can I? I hate using this. Option O. Okay, O dot feeling type times the current. Oh, I'm still static. Hang on. I'm definitely going to bring this into a. Don't want to write this a million times. So this is going to take the active feelings of the type. Now, it may not exist. It may not exist. So I'm probably going to want to actually have a method for this. Get feeling value, something like that. And that will be actually, this will be the weight itself. This will be the weight times, kind of make this up, I'm not entirely sure. Oops. So this will take a feeling type. And if it doesn't exist, this is the thing, because there's many feelings that could be the same. So it needs to, well, if there's none, if none of the active feelings, if not any feelings of active feeling, none of the active feelings, what is this again? Has a type of the feeling type, then return 0, basically. No influence. Otherwise, return the sum of all the feelings. Can I use active feeling again? Okay, it's out of scope now. Good. So all of the active feelings I need to do a where first. Where active feeling type is the feeling type, and I'm summing up all of their active feeling intensities. And what's the one from here? Sure. Whatever you say, writer. Whatever you say. Let's call it this. If the feeling isn't being felt, if there is none of the given feeling, return no weight. Return the combined intensity of all the matching feelings. Okay. So it's going through all of the weights and it's returning a sum. Come back to that in a second. It's returning a sum of the weight, all the weights that the option has, times the intensity, total intensity of that feeling, that current feeling. Like how, yeah, the current feeling and intensity. Now, why is this whining? Because I'm trying to avoid, what's this? There we go. So, there's a lot of work that's going to go into here, like a lot of to-dos. Take into account priority for a start. Return the best available option. Provided option. Now, if everything's 0, it's unfortunately going to be just in the order they're provided. And what I think I want to do here is mitigate that. Shuffle the given options in case there are no matching feelings, active feelings. So I'll say, available. Actually, I should be able to do options.shuffle. This is what I was saying. Shuffle is one of my extension methods, which I would have loved to add to the audio source, but it's sealed, so I can't do stuff like this. This is me add new methods to any class that's not sealed, so I can basically shuffle that. But does it return the shuffle one? It does. So I would make options equal shuffle the options, and that's going to be IEnumerable, so I need to make it an IEnumerable here. It's probably the best bet. Got options. Now will be count. That'll be not any. Okay, so that looks testable. So now, with no options available, it's going to keep stacking things up, but it's still testable. It should be randomly playing random clips, and they'll stack and it'll sound horrible, but this is not really about the music properly being queued up or anything. This is more about, does the gut system work? So with absolutely nothing, yep, looks random to me, and it's noisy as hell. So that is randomly choosing one. Not if I add, what was it, calm and anticipation. So if I add calm, it should always choose the same one. That is a success. And anticipation. And there we are. What we have here is the absolute basics. This entire class will be totally rewritten, completely rewritten. And this is going to change a lot. This will be much more sophisticated. Right now, it's simple. It's going through all the weights. It's figure out what emotions you're feeling. If they match, then it will. Sorry, I keep poking at this microphone. It's stuck in my neck, and like, sorry about that. Yeah, so that works. Is there a way I can test this a bit more sophisticatedly? Never want to end on, like, you don't want to finish a dev session complete. It shouldn't be, you want to be on you need cliffhangers. Otherwise, it's hard to get back to the flow. If you just like have a blank slate on the next dev session, you're like, I can't remember what I was thinking. You want to leave yourself, my experience, you leave yourself with something fairly obvious to continue with, but don't actually code it. So you can get back into the groove a lot more easily in your next session. I'm not quite ready to finish, but this is pretty gross. I'm wondering if I can make this data driven, and I can. So what I'm going to do, this should be something I can define in probably a scriptable object. So these gut options, I already made it serializable, but that one's abstract. So the music, this is going to be, I think, a serializable, scriptable object. So it works with Odin. And then the music option will have a create asset menu of menu name. Okay, I always forget what menus I'm using. Create, this is what adds to this list. Tangletorn music option. That'll do for now. Let's see what this is being used, just to make sure I get my get all my stuff squared away. Yeah, okay, so it's not got a leading or tailing slash. And the file name will be music. Is it asset? Dot asset, yeah. So new music option dot asset. So now I should be able to create this thing and need these. Okay, this sucks because these are serialized property. Damn. These shouldn't be properties. I'm gonna break my own. Totally gonna break my naming convention here. Should I have? Don't have to though, do I? There was this Odin serialized thing I only just started using. Only just discovered, to be honest. Yeah. So show an inspector, and now it can be a get set. This is just so I can see it in the inspector. Sorry, that's a method. So now I should be able to make a music option. So hopefully, best option will be of all the available. Now right now, this doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. Because only certain particular tracks would make sense. Depending on what music you're currently playing, like certain things aren't going to be applicable. You don't want to play like your credits music in the middle of combat. So like certain, and if you're playing a certain stem, then yeah, there's going to be a lot to do here. Filter the available music options given the current state of play / music, whatever. But these options I should now be able to create in here, which makes them one step further to being something a designer can use. So data, new folder, music. And inside there, I should be able to make a Tangletorn music option. This will be yeah, just keep it simple for now. And that's not showing me anything here, so that's failed me. This didn't work at all. Do we need to be public too? Yeah, that doesn't make any. Not damn. On selected this does not work. I can make it work though. Shit. The music option. Okay, this is kind of gross. I'm gonna actually label it as a hack. Set hard code the music on selected actions. Max. So now, so for each music option and music options, music option dot on selected equals whatever I was doing before. Oh no, because the execute's doing that. Am I even using this? No, I'm not. Okay, that isn't a thing anymore. That's what execute was all about. Yeah, it was gray. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, cool. One less hack. Because the execute handles that. But, ooh, I still need to set the music options up. The execute. Okay, let's just be fancier here. Let's forget the. When I execute it, I could basically just find the music manager. Kind of gross. Yeah. Now we don't need any of this or any of this. Should give me an error somewhere. No, I commented out the thing. So now the music options will just find the music manager. And that's gonna blow up anyway if it doesn't work, so that's fine. Now I should be able to make these music options. Right. Hopefully I'll be able to see now in my inspector. We got weights. I suspect that I messed up the I messed this up completely. Yeah, this needs to be serializable before I start. That might fix it. I'll be right back. I need to not break my mic again. And I'm gonna grab a beverage. I'm gonna have a Nero beer. Because they're right here. Okay, I've been in that error for ages. Alright, so now I should be able to make some more music. So we have our calm. Now it's actually, oh fuck's sake, it's still not working. Okay, that's because it's a, yeah, this is gonna have to be a list. Oh well. See you, doll. Thanks for tuning in. Have a wonderful evening. Don't think I need this anymore. I do. I don't for this. No. Ah. Breaking my naming conventions here. I hear ya. I hear ya. Don't serialize it twice. And I shouldn't need to do that either. Or will I? No, it should be fine. Oh, you're staying. What? Oh, sorry, I missed. Sorry, I totally did not read all the messages. Good night, Shrew. Oh, he's gone. They're gone. Damn. Oops. Just you, me, doll. Versus the world. Alright, I got my weights. Hey, so now I can say, oh, that's broken. That's so broken. Why would that do that? I've encountered that before. It's not because this isn't serializable. Ah, that's probably the problem. Okay, I'm gonna break my keep fucking breaking my naming conventions. It's probably working with Unity. It's the inspector. You're always fighting the inspector what's available to be visible, and I'm just too much perfectionist when it comes to naming shit. So now I can well, I can do the same thing I did before, at least with the add emotion, add feeling. No, the add feeling node. I can do this guy again. So I want something on it like this. Don't need runtime inputs, they make no sense, but show if this feeling type is custom, the feeling name. I'm gonna make these guys gross like this. Damn. Feeling name. Feeling type, and then I'll have a public string feeling name, which will be either if I'm double checking now. If the feeling type is custom, then return the feeling name. Otherwise, return the feeling type dot to string. Just to be a little bit easier on those designers. Oops. Feeling type. Did I misspell that? Oh, I call it feeling name, which is more accurate, to be honest. Yeah, fix that. There we go. So if I change this to custom, I get an additional drop down. Okay, so I can say for this com, it's com, and the weight is 1. I should probably have an actual clip associated with it, which means I'm going to break my naming convention one more time. I gotta stop doing that. When I say I break my naming convention, normally if this is a public variable, it would be underscore lowercase. But then you end up doing... Actually, in this case, it's fine, because I'm not using this externally, so that is okay. But there's nothing worse than doing dot underscore something or other. It's usually a... That's the reason I use underscore, is it warns you that you're doing something that you probably want to use a property for and not a variable or field. So now I got my clip. That was melody 1, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, melody 1. And we'll make another musical option. Should be anticipation. And that will have the weight anticipation of 1 and have our backing track. So now the musical options, so that you just add those guys. Ta-da. And that will be filtered depending on the current situation. But right now, everything available is there. So this should work the same way. I should get random if I don't touch anything. Yep. I think I need to add a stop all music button. Let's add a bit of calm. Yep. Good enough for... That's Sigma 5 to me. I only tested it 4 times. Anticipation. Beautiful. Works. And it's a bit more designer friendly. So at the moment, I mean, I'd like to make it a little bit easier for the designers or the content creators, music, well, Jib can currently add as many weights he wants to each sample. There's going to be a lot more added to this, like what can go with what. So there's probably going to be some kind of data structure that represents, yes. I'm not sure. I don't want that to be. I want that to be visual. So I'm not sure there. I'll have to think about that. Like what can actually follow, and that's probably something that might end up looking a little bit more like this. But if I use something like this, like I need to make sure that it's going to be something I can make moddable as well. Lots to think about. Let me just quickly add one more button, and I might call it, unless I can think of some other stuff. Stop all music button. Let's bring this guy down. Whoop. And our music manager will have a thing to call. I mean, this is a fairly pointless button, but might as well. Let's wire it up. So what does it do? It goes through. Well, it's going. The reason I wanted to make this is because this is like, I don't even know how this works. Dot all. Do I have an all? I do. Dot all. So I guess for each audio source, oh, interesting. My all, wherever my all is, oh, it's returning a pooled object. I don't actually want that. I want the objects themselves. So I would want, is this being used anywhere? Yeah. It's being used in the old music engine, which I don't really care about right now. And this, I'd prefer this is actually returns the objects themselves. So that'll be a select um, object, 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 pooled object. That'll break music engine. But again, I don't care about this anymore. This is old code that's going to be thrown away. But it is also breaking this. Of course, I didn't finish it. Stop. There we go. Lovely. I like coding new stuff like this. It's like a whole new, all possibilities. It's this horizon of new stuff. And this can feed into far more than just music. This could feed into visual effects. I'm thinking because of the metadata stuff that was added back in Gut, when a feeling was added, it had this optional metadata. I need to figure out a way to make that work with the graph because that's not providing anything right now, and that's going to be a little bit tricky here because putting a key value store on here might be tricky. But I'm thinking like you could have, say you are, say your health gets really low, you might have the emotion of like dire or desperation or something, and or despair or something like that. But the metadata attached to it would be health. So a visual effect, which is looking at the emotion engine or Gut, would say, hey, here are the visual the screen effects I can apply right now. Which one's applicable? And one of the screen effects would be maybe like a vignette with some desaturation on it. So like you'll when your health's low, kind of like and then obviously some like maybe some heart thumping kind of sounds like every game does. But that visual effect would specifically be looking for desperation, but with the tag of health, like the metadata of health. So that would trigger if, yeah, more. I mean, a lot more would have to go into this, but well, more specifically, this stuff. But this is where all the work's going to go. This is what's going to expand. And it's literally just an algorithm. Like all I have to do would be, take into account metadata, i.e. or e.g. Feeling, desperation, metadata, reason equals health or something like that. See if my stop music thing works after all that. What time is it there, doll? Where you at? Oh, that totally did not work. What's my buttons? Whoops. Misclick. Oh, maybe I changed the wrong button. Stop all music. No. Misclick. Right. Well, that works. Oops. Oh. That's interesting. The music stopped when I hit. Let me test that again. When I added a new feeling, the music stopped. Oh, okay. Stopping all music happened. Have I got like something dumb here? Play best. Italy. Jesus, 5 a.m. Fuck, man. That's commitment. Where in Italy are you at? Honestly, I've only been to Rome. I don't know Italy that well. Rome was very pretty. The police did not like me in Rome. I think it was the Mohawk. Almost got arrested a couple times. Just standing outside the Colosseum. Just like doing my thing. Like asked for I've never been asked for my paperwork so many times. Beautiful country though. Hey. Alright, when I hit add all music, it's clicking stopping all music. Have I done something really dumb here? I thought something super dumb okay. This button. Play best music clip. Yeah. How is it triggering this? These buttons are somehow mixed up. Stop all music. How has this happened? If I move this over here, what happens? I have a feeling I know what might be going on. I think this might be a Unity thing that this might have serialized badly. And it has something hidden here. There's another event that's hidden. It's a hunch. But, oh wait. What? How did this happen? How did add feel? Okay, clearly I just flailed and I clicked a random button. I duplicated this. I duplicated the play best music button, and then clicked on add feeling button and wired it up. Stop music. Okay, good smarts, smooth brain. That's when you know it's probably time to stop. How long has it been? Huh, only 4.25 hours. Let's commit this stuff. Wrong project. Okay. Added guts. Added the gut system. Started work on music selection based on feelings. Everything is so touchy-feely now, it's great. Did I miss anything? Let's say add / remove feeling nodes. Yeah, I like it. Let's go. accomplish. How's my GitHub doing? Little known fact, I used to hold the world record for the most consecutive days. Well, nobody knows this fact, pretty much. This little chart here on GitHub, they used to have a feature on here that showed how many days in a row, like your streak, how many days in a row consecutively you committed stuff. And I had, other than two bots, which were set to commit every night, I held the world record for 653 days, I think. 2 Burning Mans. I still managed to find internet in a desert. But then they removed that feature, and my motivation kind of like plummeted. 'Cause it was silly. It was a silly thing to be motivated by, I guess. But I emailed the like dev team and I was like, guys, I know it sounds silly, but that was like hella motivating for me. Like I had 650 odd days straight. And they're like, hey man, I'll refer it to the dev team. And I emailed again, like, look mate, I don't know how else to put this, but that was really important to me. And I got a really snarky message back saying, like, I told you I referred it to the dev team. I'm like, okay, left it alone. Yeah, never since have I. I've never 650. They look great on your resume. Like, hey, look this guy's, look this developer. It's like just a solid wall. I mean, I do commit a lot of code still, but that was like a solid for pages. But yeah, anyway. Actually, I can go back in time. I can probably find it. You can see when the motivation probably plummeted. You can see exactly when they're. Here we go. Huh. This is when the feature died. Right about here. Just kept going. So it's the end of 2014. This is when I took it seriously. The whole 2016, 2015, and about half of 2016. I don't know how many days that is actually, but. Fuckers. I miss that feature. Anyway, that's committed. So I didn't read your thing. You're close to Rome. Don't be sorry, it wasn't you. It was the cops just being cops. I looked a bit weird, I guess. What was funny was I was traveling with a middle-aged professor through my university. It was like the most straight-laced guy ever. And whenever they stopped me for my papers, they have to ask him too. He was like being treated like a criminal. He's just like, this is the most unassuming middle-aged professor. I'm like, sorry, mate. I get this a lot. Cool. All right, I'm gonna call it. I think it was some good stuff to work with. Good starting points here. But I need to give myself an error. I can't leave it at this. So I'll just take one of these. Take one of the to-dos that are written, and this is a good one. Basically, I just do this. I put an ASDF, which is a compiler error, obviously, because it's just an error, and I put it in front of a couple to-dos. The next time I open my project, I'll have 2 errors, which take me exactly to a to-do. So I don't have to think too hard about what the hell I was doing. That's how I normally do it. But thank you for tuning in. And have an excellent morning, I guess. 5 a.m. Good night if you're gonna sleep. If not, more power to you. Will do. Thanks, mate. Cheers.